Chapter 1261, The Goddess and the Clay Fox. It was true God will. Inside the Amethyst Mountains, Xu Qing's face fell, and his heart filled with intense fear. His heart started pounding, and the hair on his neck stood on end. It's not a single true God. It's 7 true gods. His pupils constricted as the entire planet seemed to distort, and all the living beings on it writhed. The emerald green halos dimmed and lost their color. The encroaching will turn them into black clouds that covered the sky. The combined divine will of so many true gods was like a huge wave that turned the starry sky into a sea and made all the planets like islands about to be covered over. Xu Qing's fear intensified. It looked like the divine will was about to reach his hiding spot. At that moment of crisis, Xu Qing wiped out all of the immortal energy he had been using and had little shadows spread out to cover him. Starfire didn't need any prompting. She quickly appeared in the open next to Xu Qing and unleashed a godly aura to further conceal him. That combination, coupled with the fact that Xu Qing was inherently different from other cultivators, ensured that the mutagen in the area was very strong. But all of that still wasn't enough. At the critical moment, Xu Qing's eyes glittered, and he pulled Goddess Starry Eyes out of his bag of holding and tossed her to Starfire. Starfire immediately understood what Xu Qing wanted. Starfire grabbed the goddess by the throat and covered her eyes. Xu Qing immediately shrank himself down until he was as small as a speck of dust, and then shot toward one of her scapula wounds. Then Xu Qing entered her flesh and used every invisibility technique he could think of. He was making a gamble. It seemed likely to him that this divine will inspection by the true gods had a dual purpose. The first was to look for immortal energy in order to locate him. The other was to look for bloodline evidence or unique ring source fluctuations to find Goddess Starry Eyes. Although they knew Xu Qing and Starry Eyes were together, it made sense to carry out a dual search. However, that method had an inherent flaw, and that flaw was that it overlooked other gods. Ads by Pobrev. Inside and out, Starfire was a god. Even with multiple true gods combining their divine will, that flaw still remained. There was always the chance Xu Qing was wrong in his assessment, but there was nothing he could do about that. There was no way he could feel comfortable just leaving Starry Eyes on her own. There were too many things that could go wrong, so he needed Starfire outside as well to keep Starry Eyes in check. It didn't matter that Starry Eyes was actually unconscious. Xu Qing could not give her any opportunity to raise an alarm. The entire point was to be able to effectively hide inside her. As for whether or not hiding would work, Xu Qing wasn't completely sure it would work, but he was confident, and that confidence came because of the power of the seal put into her by the immortal Lord. Back when I fought that pretty god, he was obviously taken by surprise when I pulled out the Dao weapon. The fact that he didn't bring out some treasure specifically designed to counter it shows that he wasn't aware that I had the Dao weapon. All the cultivators on the front lines knew, but he did. It seems likely that the information about me was concealed by the immortal Lord so that the gods didn't find out. He concealed the information about me and also gave me a Dao weapon, and he left a sealing mark inside the goddess. As that information flitted through Xu Qing's mind, the terrifying stream of divine will swept over the area, completely covering the Amethyst Mountains. Xu Qing stayed alert, his eyes flashing coldly as he prepared for something unexpected to happen. His space-time cannon was ready. But then an ancient will suddenly erupted from inside Starry Eyes. As it spread out, it covered all traces of her. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. In the end, the divine will didn't notice anything in the Amethyst Mountains. It quickly swept over the entire planet, then left to inspect other parts of the starry sky. Xu Qing remained motionless for about 2 hours until, sure enough, the streams of divine will suddenly returned and checked the entire nebula, including all of the planets in it. After finding nothing, they finally left. Even then, Xu Qing didn't do anything. He waited. About 4 hours later, a third wave of divine will returned to the nebula. These streams of divine will were from different gods. Over the next few days, the same type of thing happened repeatedly. Streams of divine will would suddenly show up, then leave, then come back. Days passed. Eventually, it seemed the event was over. Xu Qing waited nervously for 3 more days to make sure the coast was really clear. Only then did he fly out of Starry Eye's wound and return to his normal form. He looked grimly outside, then turned to Starfire. Starfire had been equally nervous over the past few days and was only now calming down. Glancing at Starry Eyes, she chose not to speak out loud and instead transmitted some words to Xu Qing. "Young lord, the divine will of those true gods paid no attention to me after noticing my god altar. It seems to me that they were mostly looking for immortal energy. Now that it's over, my sense is that if you hadn't hidden in the goddess, my concealment efforts wouldn't have been enough to keep you safe." Xu Qing didn't say anything. He had come to a similar conclusion as Starfire. The key to avoiding detection had really been the sealing mark left behind by the immortal lord. Did he predict that something like this would happen? Did he leave that sealing mark behind as a life-saving magic? Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. Well, even if he did predict it, things can't be going totally as expected. The seal is not going to last forever in the mutagen-rich environment of the 4th star ring. Because the sealing mark had activated so many times over the past few days, Xu Qing had been able to sense that it was weakening. Every time it activated, it got worn down a bit. It seems to me it will only last a few more times before it goes away for good. And when that happens... He was feeling very uneasy. Of course, all of the inspections were done by true gods, and the God Lord sent down orders, but didn't come personally. And that seems to indicate that the war is still going on, and the God Lord can't leave the battlefield. I still have time. I need my cultivation base to recover as quickly as possible. Then I'll find a star chart and figure out how to get back to the 5th star ring. Xu Qing's eyes shone with determination. As for this specific location, considering how many times they inspected it, I should be safe here, at least temporarily. Even as Xu Qing was thinking those things, the divine will of a god appeared again, rumbling through the amethyst mountains. Face falling, Xu Qing once again transformed into a piece of dust that flew into the goddess, wound. Moments later, a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. The reason was that the divine will wasn't very strong. It was not from a true god, but rather a peak altar god. It passed quickly through the amethyst mountains before focusing on the dust forest where Xu Qing had originally landed. As long as it was true god will, Xu Qing was confident that hiding inside Starry Eyes would be sufficient. After the divine will passed, he emerged again from Starry Eyes' wound. Looking very grim, he grabbed the goddess and slapped her across the side of the face. A thump rang out, and the goddess's face started to swell up. Opening her eyes, she glared sullenly at him. She knew exactly why he had just slapped her. He clearly thought that she had somehow left clues about her presence when they teleported to this location. Of course, she knew that she hadn't. It wasn't that she hadn't wanted to do such a thing, it was just that she never had time to do it. Xu Qing had woken up before she could. The feeling of being wronged caused the hatred within her to yet again swell to immense heights. And she decided to throw caution to the wind. Before, she had feared the Dao weapon, and the truth was that she had actually regained consciousness days before, but had been hesitant to call for help because of Starfire. There was no way the damnable Xu Qing was going to let her go, nor would he kill her as he needed her to stay hidden. In that case, there didn't seem any reason to stay scared. Bubbling with hatred, she glared murderously at Xu Qing. "If you've got what it takes, kill me. I dare you." Xu Qing looked back at her coldly. "Your father ordered that I be captured, not killed. Content originally comes from Novel Fire, net." Her face stiffened, and she prepared to talk back to him. He didn't give her the chance. His hand latched onto her neck, and he sucked ring source out of her viciously. Inside, his immortal embryo surged, and his soul injuries healed even faster. Starry Eyes wilted, but the hatred in her eyes became an unspoken curse. But then, his cannon stabbed into her scapula and spread through her. The pain caused her to tremble, but at the same time, it caused ring source to start building up in her again. Xu Qing continued with the extraction. In that manner, time passed. A few days later, Xu Qing was very close to reaching complete recovery. As for Starry Eyes, she was hardly more than skin and bones. That was when something happened that caused Xu Qing to frown. After having been drained out over and over again, the goddess had reached a state that was similar to death. The ring source produced had slowed to a crawl. It was as if she had grown used to the provocation. No further pain would cause her to produce any ring source, and if he pushed things any further, it was entirely possible it could kill her. When Starry Eyes realized that, it no longer became possible for her to contain her hatred and rage. "Now what are you going to do, Xu Qing?" she screamed. "So you've tormented me as much as you can. I dare you to kill me. You've got nothing left that you can do. I thought you were better than this. But guess what? There are infinite things I can do to you. One of these days, you'll fall into my hands, and then I'll make sure that you experience 10,000 times as much suffering as I have." Xu Qing looked coldly at the hysterical goddess. His eyes narrowed. He was about to return her to his bag of holding when he heard Starfire laugh. "Young lord, I've been watching all this time and probably should have said something earlier. Your extraction technique isn't very efficient." The bewitchingly charming Starfire approached Starry Eyes. Licking her lips and her eyes glittering excitedly, she lifted the goddess' chin with her finger. "Let me give you a suggestion." Starry Eyes had no choice but to look up at Starfire, and her eyes were filled with fear. She was suddenly feeling very uneasy. Chapter 1262. A god descends to the human world. Starfire licked her lips and looked Starry Eyes up and down. Smiling, she said, "Young lord, you've been using a very crude method. Haven't you heard about the concept of showing pity and tender love for women?" Xu Qing frowned. "The kind of stimulation you've been using is surface level and easy to acclimate to. Oh, you still just don't understand gods, and you especially don't understand female gods." Smiling, Starfire reached out and slowly ran her finger down Starry Eyes' skin. Starry Eyes felt more vigilant than ever. Stiffening, she glared at Starfire and shouted, "What incredible gall!" Her voice was backed with the personhood of her bloodline, which made it especially mighty to other gods. Starfire's finger stopped moving. But then, Starfire's eyes lit up, as if the more Starry Eyes acted like this, the more exciting it was. "That's the feeling I'm going for." Heart racing, Starfire leaned over and whispered into the goddess' ear. "Oh, Lil's sis, don't you know I've been thinking about you for so long now? Make sure to keep acting like this going forward." Starry Eyes shivered from head to toe, and all of a sudden, the fear rising within her made her want to flee. That uneasy feeling felt more intense than ever. But she knew that if she showed any fear whatsoever, it would completely undermine the facade she was putting up. With great effort, she suppressed the fear and glared coldly at Starfire with all the nobility of her bloodline. Starfire chuckled and waved her hand. The air rippled, and in the blink of an eye, a white jade altar appeared in the chamber. Starfire shackled Starry Eyes to the altar. Starry Eyes' dilapidated garments then shimmered and flowed as they transformed into a pink muslin gown. To improve the experience, Starfire didn't hold back from imbuing Starry Eyes with some ring source. As a result, the white jade made the ideal background, and the flowing pink muslin accentuated Starry Eyes perfectly. Thanks to the ring source, Starry Eyes' skin was lustrous again. In fact, it was as smooth as flawless white jade. Her eyes twinkled like stars in the night sky, while at the same time being filled with the same nobility and coldness as before. "You puny lesser god," she snapped angrily. "You're despicable. What are you trying to do here?" Ads by Pobrev. "Oh, calm down, Lil sis. I still need to add some props." Starfire's eyes glittered with excitement as she lifted her hand to produce a little red bottle. She popped open the bottle, and a fragrant green oil flew out. "I made this oil from a gruish plant that grows in god domains. After refining it for 100 years, I fermented it for 1,000 years along with other precious materials. The end result is this truly precious oil. In fact, I wouldn't even think of using it were it not for your blood being so noble, Lil, sis. I can form this oil into a wax, and then all I'll be missing is a wick." Starfire reached out to Starry Eyes, long hair, and plucked away a few strands, which she coiled into a wick. Finally, she combined the oil and the hair to make a green candle. Starry Eyes frowned as she looked at the candle. She wasn't completely sure what this lesser god was planning to do, but she was already starting to get an idea. "You think you can bewitch me," she said coolly. "You obviously don't know anything about superior gods." Starfire laughed softly. Then she snapped her fingers, and the candle lit up. As the flame danced, an incense-like smoke began to fill the chamber and surrounded Starry Eyes. Starry Eyes wanted to keep it away, but as the incense smoke reached her, it entered her through her skin. She immediately started breathing raggedly. Then her pupils constricted as she realized that there was something very wrong with this incense smoke. All of a sudden, she was feeling emotions besides the basic instinct to stay alive and avoid death. It was a very foreign feeling, too. Speaking in an airy voice, Starfire said, "The plant I made the oil from only blooms once every 3,000 years. When it blooms, the surrounding 500,000-kilometer area is covered with a dense fog. That fog can degenerate the soul and produce unimaginable emotions. It does to the gods what the poppy flower can do to mortals." 1. Starry Eyes shivered in the depths of her heart, then used her bloodline power to suppress the unfamiliar emotions. But then Starfire approached the altar with the candle. Tilting the candle forward, she let a drop of oil splash down onto the skin of Starry Eyes' neck. Starry Eyes suddenly craned her neck as golden striations appeared on the snow-white skin of her neck. Her eyes glittered as powerful emotions went wild within her. However, she quickly used her bloodline power to suppress them. That only seemed to make Starfire more excited, though. She tilted the candle again and started dripping oil on specific spots on the goddess' body. Every drop was like a tempest striking with heaven-rending, earth-crushing force. They stabbed through Starry Eyes' defenses and suppression abilities, and they provoked innumerable emotional fluctuations. Starry Eyes' insides were in chaos, but she refused to surrender. Glaring at Starfire, she revealed no terror, only calmness. "You despicable lesser god." Starfire's eyebrows shot up. As for Xu Qing, a strange expression could be seen on his face as he finally stood up. "I'm going to head out for a bit." With that, he turned to leave. Starfire sighed regretfully. She had wanted Xu Qing to watch the entire process, but since he wasn't inclined, she wouldn't try to force him. "Don't worry, young lord. Everything will be settled by the time you return." Xu Qing said nothing. He disappeared. With Xu Qing gone, Starfire put the candle down, stretched at the waist, and then smiled down at the stubborn Starry Eyes. "It's fine that he's gone. Certain things will be more convenient that way." Starfire waved her hand, and a number of things appeared. There was a rope, some tongs, a whip, some bottles, a gag, and a very large copper mirror. Starry Eyes wasn't sure how those things were to be used, but her heart started pounding nonetheless. Starfire, meanwhile, licked her lips. Cheeks flush with excitement, she laughed softly. "The fun has just started." Xu Qing was up in the dome of heaven. By drawing on the local mutagen, and also having little shadow cover him, he was confident he wouldn't be noticed by anything but a true god. He had come out here because he had no interest in watching Starfire work. More importantly, he needed to get a star chart so that he could start planning a way to leave. He had already identified the best place to do that, and that was the butterfly god in the temple of the scaled oxen. His previous investigation had indicated that the butterfly was an altar god, and an early altar god at that. Given his current battle prowess, he could deal with such gods easily. His main concerns were acting quickly and staying out of sight. He didn't want this god to have any clue what was about to happen. And thus, he stayed invisible as he sped along so fast that he wasn't visible to the naked eye. In fact, not even someone using divine will would be able to detect him. He eventually appeared on the crystalline plain, in the kingdom of the scaled oxen. Without pausing, he sped undetected into the dark green temple and shot right toward the forehead of the butterfly statue. The statue trembled as he pierced into it. It struggled only briefly, then went still. Shortly after, golden blood flowed down the statue, only for it to retract a moment later as if nothing had happened. In fact, there were still followers outside making offerings. The butterfly's eyes. Xu Qing did not kill the butterfly god. Rather, he erased the god's mind, turning it into an empty shell that he could wear almost like clothing. It was similar to the way he would use Starfire's aura, and it also gave him access to everything the god knew. He was currently studying a star chart that the butterfly's memories contained. So, we're over 10,000 universes away from the 5th star ring. It turns out the gods in the 4th star ring are fairly similar to those in the revered ancient mainland. Most of them have personal territory with species there that offer worship, and they guard their borders jealously. Google search and zero vel fire, et. The gods on this planet are no exception, and of course, there are higher-level gods that rule over them. The godfolk who rule this planet inhabit the 360 emerald halos. In the past, they produced a true god. The reason this place was investigated so thoroughly is that the ruling gods discovered some spatial evidence of my passage. Nothing like that had ever happened on this planet before. Given how big the 4th star ring is, they apparently didn't believe it could be a coincidence. After some thought, he flew out of the temple in the form of the butterfly. Countless scaled oxen groveled. Ignoring them, Xu Qing flapped the butterfly wings and disappeared into the sky as he shot back toward the Amethyst Mountains. I wonder if Starfire has unlocked any of the goddess, ring source. In the dark mansion grotto in the Amethyst Mountains, candlelight flickered. A gentle aura filled the chamber. Atop the white altar, Starry Eye's skin was scarlet, and she was trembling. She still wore the pink gown, but she was tied up with a rope, in a very skillful manner with special knots. In fact, every single knot was tied in a way that made it into a special sealing symbol. Not only did it force her into a specific pose, but also it created a type of tension between her soul and body, and if she struggled, it got tighter. The rope was made from special materials that glittered with 5-colored light that was like a flowing dream. Clearly, it was a material that could plunge someone into an endless illusion. A sense of unease constantly stabbed through Starry Eyes, causing her to twitch uncontrollably. She tried to free herself from the constant stimulation, but the rope made it impossible to move. Even more shocking than all of that was the copper mirror hanging above her. Whenever she opened her eyes, she would see herself reflected in the mirror. The mental humiliation and the physical discomfort combined, and they were pushing her to the brink. And then, Starfire started dropping oil on her again. Starry Eye's mind spun. All attempts at resistance crumbled, and millions upon millions of streams of fire appeared in her pupils. The grandiose look in her eyes faded away, crumbling into nothing but dust in the wind. Love, hate, passion, animosity. The 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures erupted. All things from her past suddenly meant something completely different. Everything was more colorful, more meaningful. Her mind began to collapse until finally she heard someone speaking. "Welcome to the human world," Starfire whispered into her ear. I feel like I don't need to put this footnote here, but who knows? Maybe some younger readers don't know that opium and heroin are made from poppies. If you didn't know before, now you do. More info here. 2, I know that many of you are probably thinking, hey, don't butterflies have compound eyes that don't really open or close? Well, you are clearly unaware of the reality of magical Xianxia butterflies. Besides, here is evidence that butterflies can open and close their eyes. Chapter 1263, True Gods Close the Net. By the time Xu Qing got back, everything in the chamber was back to normal. The gentle aura was gone, and a very strange scene met his eyes. Goddess Starry Eyes was sitting there, eyes closed, motionless. Starfire stood behind her, combing her hair with a wooden comb. A strange expression could be seen on Xu Qing's face as he studied the scene. However, he quickly realized that the goddess, ring source, was no longer overdrawn and locked down. It was thrumming vibrantly. A lot had already built up. He couldn't help but look at Starfire. She chuckled. "Young lord, in the future, don't treat Lil, sis Starry Eyes so crudely. She's agreed to cooperate going forward. Isn't that right, Lil, sis Starry Eyes?" Starfear leaned down and exhaled softly into Starry Eyes' ear. Starry Eyes shivered, then opened her eyes and looked at Xu Qing. Somehow, the hatred in those eyes had significantly diminished. No longer did she think of Xu Qing as being a nightmare. He had been extracting her ring source to use in cultivation. That was all. The standing between the two of them had long since been established. The real nightmare was the god behind her. Starfear was fiendish, even abyssal. She was a vile devil that would forever lurk in Starry Eyes' heart. Considering Starry Eyes had the blood of a god lord in her, it meant her ring source was unusually pure. Being a noble, no one had ever treated her badly growing up. Therefore, when she was flooded with emotions and had a mental breakdown, she realized that she was no longer pure. Her mind was filled with the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. Countless unfamiliar emotions had assailed her. She had descended from being a god. Thus, after looking at Xu Qing, she lifted her hand. Ring source pulsed into her palm, which she sent directly to Xu Qing. It entered his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, flowing through him so that his cultivation base stirred. Xu Qing's expression became even more shocked. The ring source was very different when she gave it to him as opposed to him taking it. For example, he didn't need to remove her will from it. It was far more pure. "How'd you do it?" he asked Starfear. He wasn't asking about what she had done after pulling out that candle. Instead, he wanted to know the logic and reasoning involved. Chuckling, Starfear continued to comb Starry Eyes' hair. "Normally speaking, it would have been very difficult for me to tug at Sis Starry Eyes' heartstrings. That's especially true considering that she was once a true god. But the sealing mark on her cut off all of that and made it impossible for her to fight back. Of course, you provided a lot of assistance, young lord. The way you extracted all of her ring source really put her on the brink of collapse." Adds by Pobrev. "All I did was apply a little bit of a push at the right time, and thus Sis Starry Eyes came to the human world, and the lock became unlocked all on its own." Starfear blinked a few times and then looked at Xu Qing. "By the way, young lord, did things go well just now?" Xu Qing looked at Starfear, then Starry Eyes, and then decided not to ask for any more details. "We can leave now. I've identified a better place to hide out. As for her, I'll have you look after her from now on. You're confident you can avoid any slip-ups?" Starfear's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, young lord, I never make mistakes." Starfear flicked her sleeve to collect up Starry Eyes, and then turned into a stream of light that shot into Xu Qing's palm. There, she turned into a special symbol. Xu Qing walked outside and erased all traces of the mansion grotto's existence. Then he flew up into the sky over the amethyst mountains, where he turned back into the multicolored butterfly. He flapped his wings, and 7-colored lights swirled as he flew away. The location he had mentioned to Starfear was the temple in the kingdom of the scaled oxen. The scaled oxen were all prostrated as Xu Qing returned in butterfly form. Flying back into the temple, he transformed back into a statue. Godly might pulsed from the statue, spreading from the temple to fill the entire kingdom. Upon sensing it, the scaled oxen folded up their wings and prostrated piously. The priests among them emitted excited hooting sounds, which was their language, in which they described the miracles of the gods. Xu Qing looked out at the scene calmly. In the following days, he was the turtle dove occupying the magpie's nest. He wore the butterfly god like a second skin and essentially became that god. It kept him even better concealed than before. He had made a new decision about leaving this planet. He hadn't just used the butterfly's memories to check how far away he was from the war. He had also identified a nearby teleportation portal. It belonged to the godfolk who had once produced a true god on this planet. According to the butterfly god's memories, there was no true god among them anymore. It was a peak altar god. That said, even if an altar god did show up, he had a plan. If he tried to force his way to the portal and everything went smoothly, then of course that would be great. But if the slightest thing went wrong, he would be exposed. And if he was exposed, resulting in a true god showing up, then it could endanger his chances of teleporting away. After considering the situation, he decided to avoid doing anything rash. And that was because, soon enough, an opportunity would present itself. According to the butterfly's memories, it was only a few months before that the ruling gods on this planet had sent out a recruitment announcement. They were enlisting local gods to enter their special pocket realm. And that pocket realm was located in the very depths of the planet. That, combined with what Xu Qing had noticed with his own divine will, led him to the conclusion that it was the same place where he had heard the sounds of breathing as if from subterranean meridians. The best time for me to leave will be when they're going into that pocket realm. That's 2 months from now. He already had an idea of how to make sure this butterfly form wasn't forced to participate in the pocket realm event. I'd rather not use the butterfly form to travel the long way through the sea of stars, all the while trying to avoid other gods. The teleportation portal is definitely the safest option. That will be the fastest way to make the journey to the edge of the 4th star ring. Now, as for breaking through the star ring barriers. Xu Qing's eyes glittered. He had the star ring hemp as well as his Sage Heaven pagoda, so he was fairly certain he could break through the star ring barriers to get back home. With that thought in mind, he closed his eyes. Remaining in the butterfly statue form, he absorbed the ring source willingly given by Starry Eyes and worked on his cultivation. Time passed. Because gods were independent entities with personal territory, no one had any idea that he had possessed the butterfly god. Another reason was that many of the gods had already responded to the recruitment message by the ruling gods and had traveled to the Emerald Halos to prepare for the coming event. It also helped that he was already familiar with how gods operated and also had the help of Starfare. Given all those factors, he had no trouble staying hidden. That said, he still had no way to truly avoid the divine will of true gods. A few days later, the divine will of true gods once again appeared in the starry sky. By means of the immortal Lord's sealing mark in Starry Eyes, he was able to avoid detection. But there were still several days left until the Pocket Realm event. Perhaps it was because the true gods had not yet found what God Emperor Death Departure was looking for that their search continued. This time, they were being very meticulous, and most importantly, they were not making the same mistake they had made before. The true gods weren't just looking for evidence of Starry Eyes and immortal energy. They were also checking ordinary gods. They were closing the net, and were being very careful to fish out anything suspicious. The experience left Xu Qing with a sinking feeling. The problem wasn't just that Starfare could be detected. The fact that he had possessed another god was also a danger. Otherwise, he and Starfare could just hide inside Starry Eyes. But despite how cooperative the goddess had been, Xu Qing still didn't want to give her a chance to betray him. He was facing quite a quandary. Just now the divine will of two true gods very nearly noticed me. Is it possible they got some new information? Do they know that I'm working with a god? Or do they possibly know that I have a way to possess gods? Xu Qing frowned. Of course, when it rains, it pours. Not only were the true gods being much more thorough in searching, but also the immortal Lord's sealing mark in Starry Eyes was on the verge of disappearing. It'll last for another 7 days at the most. Xu Qing was really starting to feel uneasy. I can't keep gambling that only 2 true gods will be looking for me at the same time. He was just about to make a decision about what to do when Starfare suddenly spoke up. Young Lord, I have a secret magic. Actually, it's the first part of a special god magic that allows me to fuse my godly aura with the outside world, and then boost the range of other god magics. If the outside world has no other godly auras, then using the technique will attract attention. But if there are other godly auras present, then I can mix my aura with them and become a part of the chaos. The truth was that Starfare was also starting to get anxious. She knew full well that if Xu Qing was captured, and it came to light what she had done to Starry Eyes, then her fate would be exponentially worse than Xu Qing's. After all, the God Lord had ordered that Xu Qing be captured alive. Therefore, she was racking her brains to try to come up with an idea. Xu Qing's eyes glittered in response to her suggestion. Are you saying that, since we can't stay hidden for much longer, we might as well go somewhere crowded? Exactly, Starfare said. Young Lord, it will achieve the same result of keeping us hidden. At the very least, We can buy some time and increase our chances of success." "How confident are you that it will work?" he asked. 50%, she replied hesitantly. He thought about it, then nodded. "Teach me the technique. We can use it together." She quickly used divine will to transmit the technique to him. It wasn't difficult. After studying it briefly, he mastered it. After that, he showed no further hesitation. If we're looking for a place with a lot of auras, there's one obvious choice. With that, he disappeared from within the temple and reappeared in the dome of heaven. From there, he shot toward the 360 emerald green halos. Chapter 1264, Slipping Through the Net. The species of ruling gods on this planet were called the True Radiants. According to the rules in the fourth star ring, only species that had produced a true god could be honored by adding true to their name. The memories of the butterfly god indicated that the True Radiants didn't just rule this one planet. They actually controlled the entire nebula, as well as a few nearby universes. Originally speaking, that should have lasted forever. After all, a true god that died could come back. So unless another true god came along to disrupt the balance, nothing would change. But something unexpected ended up happening to the species. Their true god had perished some years earlier and had never returned. The consequences of that situation slowly manifested as the True Radiants lacked the power to control all the species in the area they controlled. Gradually, their territory shrank, until only a dozen or so planets would heed their recruitment calls. It wasn't very common for true gods to fail to return, but it also wasn't unheard of. Normally speaking, it meant that they had suffered from some sort of targeted attack during their return. Xu Qing himself had participated in things like that. The first time it happened, he had been the bait. That was the time that Bai Xiaochun wanted to hook a returning true god, one. So the secret of how true gods return isn't some ironclad situation. Over the ages, both gods and cultivators have studied it. Some glories only exist in the past. Xu Qing in butterfly form got closer and closer to the 360 emerald green halos. He could already sense that there were a lot of gods gathered there. This was enlistment headquarters for the now-shrunken territories controlled by the True Radiants. And it was the crowded location that Xu Qing felt was most suitable to use Starfare's secret technique. Hopefully it works. Of course, he already had contingency plans ready in case it failed. So with a final burst of speed, he appeared right in front of the 360 halos. Emerald light spread out, along with godly might. Without pausing for a moment, Xu Qing flapped his wings and entered. Everything was emerald-colored as far as the eye could see. Even the air itself seemed to be that color. It was like a giant painting unfurled in front of him. It was a painting full of exquisite detail, with countless lines forming a larger outline of something. The larger outline was somewhat abstract, making it difficult to identify it at first glance. It looked mostly like a conglomeration of random shapes. Xu Qing narrowed his eyes suspiciously as he studied it. It didn't take long for him to realize that there was something very strange going on. That image. Ads by Pobrev. The image wasn't really abstract. That was just the word someone would use to describe it if they didn't understand it. In truth, because of Xu Qing's mental acuity and cultivation base, what he saw was an image of heaven and earth. It was a world. It was just the three-dimensional world of living beings and inanimate objects, painted with a brush onto a canvas. Given that, a single look revealed something bizarre, distorted, and abstract. There's no way an alter god could make something like this. It's definitely on the level of a true god. Don't tell me that what's visible on the inside is what causes the surroundings to be distorted by godly might. More curious than ever, Xu Qing approached the painting. However, that was when numerous streams of divine will emerged from the world in the painting. At the same time, numerous gods could be seen in the fragmented painting, who were the source of the divine will. There were well over 100, ranging from gods with true flame to flawless gods. There were even some altar gods. A few were very eye-catching to Xu Qing. One bore the form of an evil bronze eye covered with rust. Astonishingly, the pupil of the eye was a bronze bell. Outside of the pupil was flowing stardust, as well as a host of tentacles with suction pads on the ends. As this god breathed, the pupil expanded and contracted, and the bell would chime in a godly voice. Another god was even more bizarre. That god looked like a wizened old woman, completely naked, with her skin covered with strange bumps. The bumps were actually a total of 36,000 planets with human faces, flowing beneath her skin. The dried-up hair that flowed behind her was connected to 10 million ancient corpses that floated along, each of them reciting funeral sutras from different past epics. Another of the gods embodied the polar opposites of withering and growth. Half of Hai's body was covered in flowering crabapples that offered glimpses of past lives, while the other half looked like a charred tree with chunks of it falling off. Floating within Hai's chest cavity were 9 bronze soul lamps, within the flames of which were drowning god souls. Hai's legs were rooted in chaotic spacetime, with Hai's left foot stepping on an ice age, and Hai's right foot stepping on a scorching planetary core. 2. That last god was the most eye-catching to Xu Qing, as he could sense upon him a godly authority similar to his own canon. What was more, Xu Qing could tell that most of these gods were not local to his planet. That was why Thay appeared in their godly forms. It was also their method of establishing Thayer standing among each other, similar to how cultivators would use a Dao will to do the same. This is a great opportunity. Starfire could tell what Xu Qing was thinking. Working together, the two of them could use the butterfly's godly form and the secret magic to blend into the outside world. Xu Qing seemed to vibrate as the butterfly began to transform. The wings spread out, and they looked like millstones of reincarnation. Each wing was woven from the skin of unknown living beings and were filled with glowing crimson light that could absorb the void. Astonishingly, the front wings each had 9,600 compound eyes that wept blood, with pupils full of lightning, and each flap of the wings would cause a sound to echo out like souls wailing in the underworld. They seemed to be responding to the divine will of the host of gods. Even more gruish was that the butterfly's antennae encircled a crimson river. The antennae had bifurcated ends, upon which hung rust-colored netherworld lamps. The flapping of the butterfly's wings seemed to conform to a specific cadence. Within the left wing was a tide of nirvanic extermination, while the right wing contained the sweet dew of extreme beginnings. And the dust, scattered by the flapping of the wings, contained millions upon millions of scaled oxen, all prostrated in worship. This was the godly form of the butterfly Xu Qing had possessed. The gods that had sent the divine will over seemed respectful now. Those that had stood out to Xu Qing seemed to rein in their auras a bit. They allowed Xu Qing to enter the painting and take an empty spot there. At the same time, a godly voice echoed out. "Everdoom Netherfly, I haven't seen you for 100 years. Looks like you're not far from a breakthrough." As the words were spoken, a huge black lotus rose up within the painting. Inside the black lotus was a dwarf seated cross-legged. The dwarf was pitch black and surrounded by 360 ancient corpses, each of which pulsed with extraordinary power. Visible on the dwarf's forehead was a golden stud that was an accumulation of the blood of a true god. Emerald halos flickered in Hai's pupils, and he was fiddling with a scale that emitted a sound that shook the entire painting and caused all the gods therein to bow their heads. This was the true radiant god who was in charge of the planet. From the memories of the butterfly god, Xu Qing knew that this god was the one who had issued the recruitment message. Xu Qing bowed his head in a show of respect. The dwarf nodded and said nothing further. Closing Hai's eyes, he went back to meditating atop the black lotus. Everything went quiet. The gods were all waiting. Xu Qing went from the godly form back to the normal form. However, with the help of Starfire's secret magic, he made sure that his aura was mixed in with all the other auras present. He stayed in that state as time passed. 3 days went by fairly quickly. The appointed day was approaching. During the 3 days that passed, a few dozen additional gods arrived. Most were from other planets, but a few were like the butterfly god and came from this planet. They included the lightning worshipped by the humanoids and the god of the mushroom people. The divine will of true gods scanned the area a number of times. On one occasion, it was the combined divine will of 3 true gods. Xu Qing kept his guard up, but Starfare's technique worked well. They never noticed Xu Qing. The other gods had become used to the inspections and didn't resist in any way. As long as there isn't an inspection by 5 true gods, then this secret magic should keep me hidden. Only 2 more days, and then when these gods leave, I can make my escape. Those last 2 days seemed to crawl by. Thankfully, everything went smoothly, and the true gods never noticed Xu Qing. At long last, the day came. All of the gods released their auras, and the dwarf on the black lotus opened Hai's eyes and waved Hai's hand. A host of black stones flew out and came to hover in front of each of the gods. When Xu Qing took the stone in front of him, he realized that it was a seal made by the godhood of a true god. The stone wouldn't be of much use to him, but it could be very helpful to a god seeking to achieve a breakthrough. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the true god stones mentioned in the agreement. True god stones have also been prepared for after we explore the pocket realm. And now, let's be off. The drop of golden blood on the dwarf's forehead became a beam of golden light. The beam turned into an emerald-colored halo, within which the outside world was visible. Teleportation ripples began to spread out. Gods were already moving toward the halos and disappearing. As the gods began to depart, Xu Qing prepared to implement the escape method he had prepared. Unfortunately, just before he did, an extremely dangerous development occurred. The majestic will of some true gods appeared in the starry sky. The combined divine will swept through all the planets in the nebula. And this time, there were 10 true gods. Xu Qing's pupils constricted, and his heart started pounding. He knew that if the divine will swept over him, he would be exposed. As the crisis mounted, he unhesitatingly abandoned his plan and shot toward the halo and jumped inside. He vanished. 1. Xu Qing and Ernyu being bait for Bai Xiaochun to catch a returning true god started in chapter 998. 2. The plant mentioned here is Malus spectabilis, also known as the Chinese flowering crabapple. As far as I know, it doesn't have any sort of religious or mythological significance, although it does appear a lot in art and poetry. Chapter 1265, The True Radiance, True God. It was a gloomy world. A thick, pitch-black substance like bitumen surrounded the world, creating something like an exterior shell around it. Inside the world, the sky was full of dark red striations that spread out almost like a spider web. Drops of blood oozed out of the striations, falling down onto lands riddled with holes. It was like rain. In the middle of the striations that leaked the rain of blood, high in the canopy of heaven, there was an astonishing sight. It was a massive tumor. It looked like a dead sun high overhead, or perhaps some misshapen god that had parasitized this world, creating an incomparably gruish and eerie sensation. Xu Qing and all the other gods who had disappeared into the halo were now materializing into that rain. This was where they had been teleported to. Upon appearing in the gruish blood rain, the gods instinctively scanned the area. Clearly, this was the first time any of them had been to this place. Xu Qing was there, and he surveyed the surroundings more thoroughly. He didn't just scan the world, he also scanned the area outside of it. Thankfully, he was now isolated from the danger he had sensed earlier, thanks to the unique properties of this place. The divine will in the starry sky could not come here. That realization caused Xu Qing to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was now a lot more curious about this strange world. So this place isn't the location of that Earth meridian I sensed. Xu Qing looked up at the dome of heaven. Upon noting the blood-red striations and the gruish ball of flesh, his pupils constricted. Just looking at the tumor gave him an idea of what might be going on here. He looked down at the ground. The lands were black, and when the blood rain fell, it created a sludge that looked like a festering scar. Countless blood-red imps came to life when the blood rain fell. They had no facial features, and they just numbly went about doing specific forms of hard labor. Off in the distance were successive mountain ranges that looked like the flayed bones of enormous beasts. The valleys in between the mountains were full of thick fog. Within that fog were withered trees, monstrous and distorted in appearance. Their bark was a pale, sickly color, and their roots looked like fractured vertebrates strung together. They had long, thin branches that reached up into the sky like hands trying to grasp the canopy of heaven. But when the blood rain fell on them, it corroded them, causing them to leak black sap that converged and grew into umbrella-like mushrooms that could block the rain. The mushroom umbrellas came in all sizes. From what Xu Qing could tell, the big ones were in locations where there were many withered trees, and they were the size of cities. Beneath the umbrellas grew numerous pustules that almost resembled grapes. Atop the mushrooms were delicate crystals that emitted a glimmering light that contained both illusion and reality. It was the light that caught Xu Qing's attention. Apparently, the glimmering light contained a vast minor world. The world seemed to be hiding something as it flickered in and out of view within the angular surfaces of the crystals. Xu Qing felt even more curious than ever. It's almost like heaven and earth are at war here. He came to that conclusion after noting the specific type of work the imps in the blood rain were doing. They had axes that they would use to hack at the withered trees. Each blow of an axe would leave a scar on the trunk of a tree. In other areas, the axes hacked against the rocks on the mountains, causing sparks to fly, along with what appeared to be fragments of teeth and nails. Apparently, the trees and mountains in this place were living things. Furthermore, there was danger in the work being done by the imps. As Xu Qing observed, he saw an area in one of the mountain ranges where the imps were at work with their axes. All of a sudden, the withered trees there spasmed. An instant later, a host of mushroom umbrellas sprang out of those trees, covering the grape-like pustules and causing them to explode. Innumerable streams of sap then swept out like threads that stabbed toward the imps. The skin of the imps that were touched turned as gray as ash. Then, that skin would crack, and red light would seep out from within before they exploded. Xu Qing's gaze hardened. He could now see what was really going on in this world. This is the work of two terrifying true gods, presumably peak true gods. One is up above, one is down below, and this is the manner in which they fight each other. Given this strange state of affairs, they must be at an impasse. The true god in the sky wants to break the world apart. Hai's strategy is to send Hai's own god blood down, which turns into those imps, which then try to chop down the trees and break apart the mountains. The trees and mountains are the other true god, who is fighting back, but has gradually lost the initiative in the fight. So, what do the true Radiants want to accomplish here? Xu Qing's mind raced as he kept his guard up. Meanwhile, the other surrounding gods were also closely studying the surroundings. Finally, the true radiant dwarf seated cross-legged on the Black Lotus spoke. Although all of you are mere subservient gods under our rulership, because you answered our call, I won't hide things from you any longer. Everybody on the outside believes that our true radiant true god perished years ago and cannot return, but the truth is that our true radiant true god isn't dead at all. He's right here. The dwarf stood and pointed at the huge black tumor. He set a trap and is now on the verge of assimilating another true god. Your mission here is to help our true god by clearing the trees and mountains. You will alleviate some of the pressure our true god faces and ensure that he can complete the assimilation process. When the time comes that our true god awakens, all of you subservient gods will be handsomely rewarded. And there will be other benefits as well. You will be granted god seals that can be used to gain one-time protection from our true god. Most of the gods who had teleported here were, in the strict hierarchy of the gods, subsidiary to the true radiants, and thus had no objection to the mission. After receiving the instructions, the gods prepared their various god magics and then headed toward either the withered trees or the wild mountains. Of course, only those who were at the altar god level qualified to consider the pros and cons of the situation. Those were the gods that Xu Qing had taken special note of earlier. After further communication with the dwarf via divine will, those gods nodded and joined the effort to help the true radiance, true god. However, they did not work at felling trees or chopping mountains. Instead, they flew up into the dome of heaven and settled down in the air cross-legged around the black tumor. From those positions, they sent their godly aura into the mass of flesh. By connecting directly with the true god in that manner, they could help alleviate some of the pressure he faced. Offering their godly auras to help the true god was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. However, having even a bit of additional help to alleviate pressure in critical moments would still be of help to this true god. That was when Xu Qing heard the dwarf speaking into his mind, via divine will. This entire mission came about because our true god used a bloodline magic to summon me. He is hovering on the brink of fully assimilating. Since you're an altar god, you can send your god power into the canopy of heaven and connect directly to the true god. After our true god awakens, you will be bestowed a fragment of godhood. That was a very enticing reward, but Xu Qing had no way of helping out. In the end, he wasn't a god. Given the circumstances, he couldn't actually connect to a true god without his true identity being exposed. All in all, this was a peak true god. In fact, even just being this close felt very dangerous to him. He sighed inwardly. Here in this star ring of the gods, there were wolves in front of him and tigers behind him. It made it really hard to do just about anything. "Oh, exalted God," he said, "this is a very important matter in which mistakes cannot be tolerated. My level isn't sufficient for me to be of any help here. Can I request that you simply activate the teleportation and let me leave?" Xu Qing even sent the true god stone flying back to the dwarf. He had only come here as a last resort. And though it didn't seem likely he would be able to leave, he wanted to at least try. Being able to leave would be the ideal outcome. But if it didn't work, well, it chilled his heart to think about it. As of now, Xu Qing and the dwarf were the only ones left hovering in the rain of blood. In response to Xu Qing's request, the dwarf expressionlessly lifted a finger and tapped the true god stone. The black stone trembled and then collapsed into ashes that quickly dissipated. He looked coldly at Xu Qing. "Either cooperate or die." Xu Qing's eyes glittered dangerously. But then, the huge black tumor in the network of red striations suddenly started twitching. Astonishingly, a crack spread out and then opened up. It looked like a huge eye opening up. When the eye opened, a turbid gaze emerged, dropping down to land on Xu Qing. All of a sudden, the dark red light in the sky seemed to become viscous, and the entire world started to tremble and distort. Chanting spread out through heaven and earth. Xu Qing shivered. The gaze that had settled on him seemed corporeal, and it was like he could hear the sounds of blood flowing, bones snapping, and the scream of the butterfly's discarnate spirit being incinerated. In an instant, the husk of the butterfly shriveled up. It couldn't sustain the force of the gaze, and it exploded. A boom rang out. Xu Qing's true body was revealed. At that instant, a sound like that of a fetal heartbeat rang out from inside the black tumor. It was so loud that it caused the rocky surfaces of the mountain to tremble. An immense pressure was about to descend from the tumor, except, right then, all of the mountains and trees seemed to have found an opportunity to fight back. The lands trembled, the mountains shook, and numerous branches shot up toward the sky. The black tumor hesitated, and then a howl echoed out from nowhere. The eye had no choice but to close and focus completely on defending against the attack. Heaven and earth, once again, went back to fighting each other. Meanwhile, the dwarf's gaze sharpened as he apparently received a transmitted message. Hai's eyes glowed as the 360 ancient corpses all around him opened their eyes and looked at Xu Qing. "You're not a god, you're a cultivator. Don't tell me that you're the very same cultivator that God Emperor Death Departure listed as wanted for the kidnapping of Her Grace Starry Eyes." Chapter 1266, A Refined Palate. Atop the Black Lotus, the eyes of the dwarf glowed with an increasingly intense golden color. He had not been born as a god. Granted, Hai's species had produced a true god, but they were not godfolk in the most accurate sense. Rather, they had worked hard to produce gods. That was just how things worked according to the rules of the fourth star ring. The ring source that gods needed could be extracted from the star ring itself, but there was an even better way to get it. It could be extracted from the faith of worshippers. If a god wanted to get strong, that god needed believers that could make offerings and sacrifices. That was how gods could actually invade countless worlds. The more slaves they had, the more worship they could get from the masses. That was the case with the butterfly Xu Qing had possessed. Everdoom Netherfly had no blood relation to the scaled oxen, but the scaled oxen worshipped the butterfly, and that was the foundation of Hai's cultivation. In fact, it wasn't just the scaled oxen on that one planet who worshipped him. There were other species on other minor worlds who also offered such worship. As long as he didn't perish, and had the good fortune to eventually step into the true God level, then all species who worshipped him would benefit as a result. At that point, the scaled oxen as well as all of the other species who worshipped him would be able to add the word true to their species name. They would also be able to expand their territory and become powerful rulers of all the surrounding lands. And yet, substructurally speaking, those species weren't gods. They worshipped their true God and had the word true in their species name, which meant that it was easier for them to gather God power and godliness. By getting the blessing of their true God to ignite their godfire, then they could become a god. Those newly born gods would be considered followers of the original true God and could go out to find their own worshippers. It was like a tree, sending out more and more roots in all directions. The true radiants were a good example. They were not the only species that worshipped this specific true God. However, after having the word true added to their species name, their sphere of influence expanded beyond the nebula. And at their peak, they had controlled many, many universes. A species like that might seem glorious, but in reality, they were one of the most lowly types of godfolk in the fourth star ring. There was more progress they could make. As time passed, if every member of the species could change their blood into that of the gods, then they would truly be godfolk. The vast majority of godfolk in the fourth star ring were one of those two varieties. As for the latter, if they could proliferate and produce multiple true gods, or perhaps even a god lord, then they could consolidate all of their worshippers into one unified species. And then, the personhood of their species as a whole would advance. They would become an imperial clan. However, that was extremely difficult to do, and over the countless years that had passed, only a few species had ever done that. The dwarf, who was a post-heaven god, had guessed that Xu Qing was the very person declared wanted by God Emperor Death Departure. As a result, Hai's eyes shone with golden light, and Hai's heart was pounding. He was fully aware that this was likely the most amazing good fortune and destined opportunity that he had ever encountered in life. After all, any reward given by God Emperor Death Departure would be astounding. Even just providing clues would bring 100 portions of ring source, and capturing this person alive would bring the weapon of a god lord. Therefore, the dwarf sliced Hai's hand through the air overhead, and then spoke in a thunderous, godly voice. All subordinate gods present have a new mission. Immediately attack and capture this cultivator. His words caused wild colors to flash in heaven and earth. All of the gods working with the trees and mountains looked up, then shot straight toward Xu Qing. Up above, the handful of altar gods seated cross-legged around the tumor looked down at Xu Qing. However, none of them moved a muscle. The true god wouldn't permit it. The dwarf didn't care. Although helping the true god was still important, comparatively speaking, if he could get that reward from God Emperor Death Departure, the weapon of a god lord, then for him to become a true god wasn't out of the question. After all, coming from a species that had a true god provided inherent advantages. That wasn't to mention that there were plenty of altar gods to offer support. Therefore, as long as he captured this person quickly, there would still be time to offer help to the true god. Having reached this point in Hai's train of thought, the dwarf leaped off of the Black Lotus, bringing the 360 corpses along. Peak altar god power raged as he closed in on Xu Qing. Withering corruption spread out in all directions as the corpses all opened their mouths and howled in gruish voices. It turned into a wind of corpses that filled the area. This was none other than Hai's godly authority, the power of withering and a wind of death. It was a voice that demanded life. It all combined into a terrifying dirge of death. The melody became like a physical object that shot toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing's eyes flashed with cold light. He knew that, being in the 4th star ring, avoiding detection was a matter of luck, and therefore he had been prepared for it to happen at any time. Actually, being exposed in this situation is better than it happening outside. That said, my main goal in this fight is going to be to escape. Eyes narrowing, he suddenly shifted, causing himself to become a blur. Instantly, time seemed to become chaos around him, as though it were flowing differently than the surrounding world. At the same time, the area around the dwarf distorted, causing Hai's dirge of death to suddenly become distorted. As the god magic was broken, an iron skewer flew out of the distorted aspects of time. Immortal energy glittered in heaven and earth, along with the chiming sound of a bell. Instantly, all magical techniques in the area lurched to a halt. The dwarf, who had been charging right toward Xu Qing, looked astonished. He could clearly sense himself suddenly losing connection to the godly aura within. The iron skewer shot with astonishing speed toward him. An intense sensation of deadly crisis erupted within him. As the crisis hit, the dwarf bit Hai's tongue off and spat it out. As the severed tongue sprayed golden god blood, it grew larger in gruish fashion until it turned into a huge tumor. Apparently, it was able to call out to the tumor of the true god up in the dome of heaven. The two connected. In that manner, the dwarf was able to borrow true god power and send it erupting out. The tongue-turned tumor then opened like an eye. The gaze locked onto the incoming iron skewer, wrapping around it and isolating it. The gaze also landed on Xu Qing's distortions of time, causing the distortions to fade into nothing. Xu Qing was revealed. By this point, the dwarf's godly aura was restored. Eyes blazing with killing intent, he let loose Hai's trump card. The 360 corpses around him erupted into flames. What was more, the air beneath Xu Qing's feet filled with dozens of golden rifts. Out of them emerged 36 three-eyed god statues, which were formed from the 360 corpses. The moment their feet touched the air outside, a crisp sound rang out like breaking glass. Vertical eyes opened on their foreheads, out of which poured dark golden light, like a corrupting waterfall heading right toward Xu Qing. Wherever it passed, everything became as solid as amber. Xu Qing's black robe fluttered as the godlight fell toward him. Then he extended his right hand and pushed out. Instantly, the cannon of space converged, and the scattered fragments of time around him merged, forming space-time cannon. A space-time tempest instantly erupted. It was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering tempest that shot up to meet the dwarf's descending godlight. Within the tempest were innumerable immortal sealing marks, and they all erupted. A massive boom echoed out in the world. Godlight shattered. The 36 god statues exploded. The thick black fog roiled, and the dwarf's face fell as he began to retreat at top speed. In the blink of an eye, Xu Qing appeared right behind him. Reaching out, he put his hand on top of the dwarf's head. Simultaneously, the iron skewer, which had been halted in place by the gaze of the tumor, glittered brightly. The bell chimed again, and the iron skewer broke free, becoming a blinding streak that shot through the air. It stabbed right into the pit of the dwarf's stomach, pierced all the way through, and then appeared next to Xu Qing. However, Xu Qing was actually frowning. The dwarf god in front of him was trembling and transforming into a black lotus. The lotus shattered. It was a case of death substitution. Off in the distance, the dwarf god formed anew, eyes glittering with lingering fear. Truth be told, he was not surprised by how things were going. He knew full well that if God Emperor Death Departure had marked someone as wanted, and that person could evade the divine will inspections of many true gods, then he wasn't going to be a weakling. But this is the god kingdom of a true god. As the dwarf's words rang out, 9 burning clumps of flesh appeared above Xu Qing's head. Merging into a cage, they dropped toward him. Meanwhile, the host of other gods had finally arrived, and were launching all sorts of god magics at him. And yet, even as those attacks closed in, the cage of 9 lumps of flesh surrounded him. Xu Qing vanished, having become millions upon millions of blood-red butterflies that flew out in every direction. On the wings of the bizarre, red butterflies were countless designs that looked like eyes. And every beat of the butterfly's wings caused a god magic to be sucked into the eyes. Even more bizarre was that the moment Xu Qing transformed into millions upon millions of butterflies, something happened to the eyes of many of the gods below. Masses of blood butterfly larvae appeared there. And then, after only 3 heartbeats of time passed, the gods began to scream and howl as the larvae formed hives, out of which flew numerous blood butterflies. This was a god magic that Xu Qing had learned from Everdoom Netherfly. However, when being unleashed by Xu Qing, it had a range far more terrifying than the butterfly god had ever been capable of. Red butterflies fluttered everywhere, with about half of them flying toward the 9 burning clumps of flesh, while the others headed toward the host of gods. Those who were only in the god-fear level scattered in terror. And yet, Xu Qing suddenly appeared right behind a female god. Reaching out with his right hand, he stabbed his fingers into her spine, and with his left hand, he grabbed her god source and extracted a glowing orb that was her memories. He crushed it open and absorbed it. This god had blue skin with black marks like a spider web under the surface. She didn't have much ring source, so it hardly took a moment to absorb it all. It rushed into Xu Qing, whereupon the god withered into a desiccated corpse. Very impure ring source, and not much of it. Having sampled the ring source of Goddess Starry Eyes, other ring source wasn't very impressive to Xu Qing. He had a very refined palate now. Waving his hand, he tossed aside the corpse. At the same time, dozens of other corpses dropped from the sky. They fell from the red butterflies that were manifestations of Xu Qing. After absorbing the ring source, the butterflies converged, turning into Xu Qing's true form, hovering in midair. He looked around expressionlessly. Then he reached out, grabbed a god that was hiding, and dragged the god out. This god was made of crystals. Before the god could speak, Xu Qing shattered the crystals into a host of fragments. Each fragment reflected the terrified faces of the other gods. One of them was the unsightly face of the dwarf. "There's still time to start the teleportation and let me out," Xu Qing said. Chapter 1267, All the Clues. Xu Qing had a clear goal here, and it wasn't to kill everyone. It was to escape. If this true radiant dwarf wanted to avoid fighting, all it would take was a teleportation. Although Xu Qing usually preferred to wipe out all his enemies, after a bit of consideration, he had to admit that getting out of here was more important. After all, his original plan had been to figure out the best way to get back to the 5th star ring. There was another reason. In this world, though the true god of these true radiants was in the middle of assimilating, he was occasionally lucid. Whenever that happened, it was very unfavorable for Xu Qing and put him in a lot of danger. In fact, during his earlier attacks, he had attempted to use spatial manipulation magic to carry out his own teleportation. Unfortunately, he had been stymied. The only way to leave was for this dwarf to open the way. Unfortunately, given the dwarf's relationship to the true god, Xu Qing wasn't confident that he could make his escape even if he managed to capture and puppetize the dwarf. Getting his opponent to back away from the fight seemed like the perfect way to achieve his aim. Therefore, he made sure his words didn't just target the dwarf, but also the black tumor in the dome of heaven. Xu Qing had learned long ago that living beings were all different. Some were wise, some were foolish, and everyone had their own perspective and view of things. Up above, the black tumor wriggled briefly, and then a vortex appeared alongside it. The vortex pulsed with the spatial aura of the outside. It was the exit. As it turned out, the one being that was most interested in preventing a chaotic battle was actually the true Radiant's true god. Although Xu Qing could be valuable to him, the people he had brought here weren't even close to being finished with their work. So in the end, it made sense to let Xu Qing leave. That would remove many variables and let him focus on the work at hand. "Ancestral god," the dwarf blurted anxiously. He, of course, did not want Xu Qing to leave because to him, Xu Qing was too valuable. Xu Qing's eyes flitted back and forth. He had suspicions about whether or not this exit was legitimate. However, given the circumstances, he finally decided to grit his teeth and shoot toward it. But then, even as Xu Qing's incredible speed brought him right toward the exit vortex, something dramatic happened. The mountains rumbled, and the trees swayed as the local god unleashed an eruption of godly might. The result was that a huge tempest covered the entire exit. Then the exit crumbled out of existence. As shock waves rolled out, Xu Qing fell back, his expression grim. At the same time, the fluctuations turned into a voice spoken via divine will. Young cultivator friend, that exit is a trick. He was trying to harm you. If you help me crush this enemy god, then I'll help you escape. No one wanted Xu Qing to leave more than the true radiance, true god. But as for who wanted Xu Qing to stay, the one who desired that the most wasn't the dwarf. Rather, it was the god below that the true radiance, true god had been fighting for years, and was on the verge of being devoured. The chaotic situation at hand was the perfect opportunity for him. With Xu Qing here, it was now possible that he could turn defeat into victory. That was why he had stopped Xu Qing and also gone all out against the true radiance, true god. The entire world devolved into chaos. The blood rain fell harder. The rumbling grew more intense. And then a raspy voice spoke from within the blood rain. "Look, he's trying to prevent you from leaving. Help me crush him and I'll open the exit for you again." Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. The world trembled as more divine will converged. "He's lying to you. If you step into that exit, you're dead beyond the shadow of a doubt. He has the upper hand in this fight right now, so there's no way he wants anyone on the outside to realize what's going on. After all, you're only one minor variable. But if people find out about this situation, there could be a lot more variables. Don't listen to him. If we swapped positions, I definitely wouldn't let you leave. But if you left right now, it would be a big help to me. I hereby swear an oath on my true name, ensuring that I can't go back on my word. If you don't believe me, then just ask him if he'll swear on Hai's true name." Both of those things were uttered simultaneously by the two gods, and the god below didn't swear on his true name. Eyes flashing, the dwarf looked at Xu Qing and urgently said, "Fellow Taoist, I was being rash earlier. There's no need for us to fight to the death. If you help us, we will abide by the promise of our true God." With that, he looked up into the dome of heaven, bowed, and said, "Ancestral God, please release the altar gods. Give me the power to help this immortal cultivator to crush the enemy god. In doing so, we can prevent anything unexpected from happening." There was a hidden meaning to Hai's words. If the altar gods joined the action, then their side would have the upper hand in both offense and defense, and would be in an almost invincible position. The black tumor up above twitched, and then the handful of altar gods connected to it opened their eyes. Their divine will was returned to them as the connection to the black tumor was severed. And then they shot downward. It seemed like they really were going to help Xu Qing to crush the true god below. Most of the altar gods weren't particularly noteworthy, but there were 3 that had attracted Xu Qing's attention earlier. One of them was an evil eye with the pupil of a bronze bell covered in rust. Another looked like an emaciated old woman. And the third was a tree, half of which was covered in blooming crabapples, while the other half was charred and withered. Xu Qing looked at them with glittering eyes. He had the weapon of an immortal lord, but to use it required tapping into the destiny aura of the 5th star ring. Given that he was in the 4th star ring, doing that would definitely blow his cover. It was time to make a decision, so that's what he did. "Fine, all of you, come with me." Xu Qing shot down toward the mushroom umbrellas growing on the withered trees. The mushroom umbrellas, big and small, were covered in crystals, and inside of those crystals was the same thing, an empty minor world. However, the reality was that, though it seemed to fully exist, it was actually in a state between illusion and reality. Normally speaking, there was no way to enter it. But Xu Qing shot directly toward the minor world and went right inside. This had nothing to do with his cannon. Apparently, the minor worlds had opened up on their own. Xu Qing's face remained as expressionless as ever. Behind him, the dwarf saw what had just happened. Eyes glittering, he secretly sent a message via divine will to the other surrounding gods. "This minor world is the core of the enemy god. Normally speaking, we can't get inside of it, but now it's open. All of you follow me in and wipe out everything. If an opportunity presents itself to capture that cultivator alive, do it. Otherwise, kill him." With that, he shot inside. The altar gods also followed Xu Qing into the minor worlds, followed by all the other scattered gods. Thay got inside easily. After Thay disappeared, the only ones left behind in the world outside of the mushrooms were the two fighting gods. The god above then said, "You didn't dare to swear an oath based on your true name because you feared the possibility of me locating your true name hidden in your god kingdom memories. But now, you've actually taken the initiative to open your god kingdom. Every part of the god kingdom that gets destroyed will break down some of the power hiding your true name. If enough is destroyed, I can easily find your true name, devour it, and complete the assimilation process. It seems you're placing all of your hopes on this cultivator. You gambled. You gambled that he would help you, but also gambled that he would be able to destroy the other gods before I destroy the god kingdom and find him. And that gives you more time to fight against me. However, that cultivator is no fool. I swore by my true name, but you didn't. Why would he trust you?" The god above obviously wanted to break down the enemy's mental defenses. But down below, the mountains rumbled and the trees swayed. Because there's something in my god kingdom memories that is very important to him. In fact, it's more important than your true name oath. I didn't realize it at first. But after getting a close look at him, I realized what karma was at play. The black tumor shrank down a bit, and more blood rain fell. "You can see that I'm telling the truth, so you're getting anxious." The ground trembled. Hai's entire goal was to get Hai's opponent anxious. That was when the flaws would be exposed. In the minor world, the sky looked wrinkled and the lands looked withered. There was no life. There were only ruins that attested to past glory. Lightning crashed through the sky, and within it was Xu Qing. As soon as he appeared, a wind kicked up. As it touched him, an image appeared to him. The image depicted the map of a world that had been shattered into millions upon millions of pieces, and then put back together into what looked like a complete god kingdom. The spot where Xu Qing was currently located was identified as just one small part of it. And there was something indescribable calling out to him, coming from a location among all those millions upon millions of pieces that actually wasn't too far from him. The moment he sensed it, his gaze hardened. Hidden within him was the Sage Heaven Pagoda, which was his ticket to getting back to the 9th star ring, and it was vibrating. The reason for that reaction wasn't because of the Sage Heaven Pagoda itself, nor was it the Sage Heaven God Vine that was wrapped around it, sleeping. It was something that Xu Qing had placed into the pagoda after coming to the 5th star ring, because it had been exhausted so thoroughly it needed to sleep. It was the little golden rat. Because of that call, the rat was waking up. As soon as it started waking, grumbling sounds echoed in Xu Qing's mind. Xu Qing's pupils constricted, and then his eyes lit up. A seemingly preposterous idea then occurred to him. Struggling to control his breathing, he came to a decision. Then he shot forward toward the source of the call. Unfortunately, as soon as he started moving, numerous gods descended. Every single one caused the call to weaken, until there were so many gods that the call disappeared altogether. The god kingdom that had been shattered into millions upon millions of pieces was thrown into complete chaos. As a result, Xu Qing couldn't accurately find what he was looking for. His eyes flashed. Obviously, the god below wanted him to kill all of the gods that had come to help the true radiance, true god. This god wanted to make a deal with him. Coldness filled Xu Qing's heart, but in the end he said, "Deal." In the ruins of one part of the shattered god kingdom was a massive golden rat chewing on a hemp sandal. It kept an eye on its surroundings, as if it was worried that someone would notice the sandal and take it back. As it chewed on the sandal, it didn't notice the fragments of hemp that fell down around it, slowly gathering into the shape of a teleportation portal. Chapter 1268. A friend coming from afar. Outside of the minor worlds, the fight between heaven and earth got more intense. Blood rain filled the sky, and countless imps swarmed about with axes, attacking trees and mountains alike. The lands rumbled as trees grew rapidly and fought back with great intensity. There was also a rain of blood inside the minor worlds, as a slaughter was playing out. The howls of anguish that preceded death spread out along with intense rumbling sounds. God magics shook everything, filling the minor world with dazzling, motley-colored light. A deal had been worked out, and one party had demanded the complete extermination of all the other gods. Only then would the hidden fragment be revealed once again. It was true that, from Xu Qing's perspective, it seemed entirely possible this could be a trick, but he decided to go through with the slaughter anyway. It couldn't be a coincidence that the little golden rat was waking up. The blood rain in the minor world grew heavier. The corpses of gods fell out of the sky, crushing the ruins below and sending dust out. As the dust mixed with the blood rain, it turned into a blood fog. At the moment, the blood fog roiled as Xu Qing's immortal embryo occasionally appeared and occasionally disappeared within it. At the same time, the 3 altar gods he had noted earlier were closing in on him in the fog. Those gods looked like an eye, an old woman, and a half-blooming, half-withering tree. Their godly authority surged around. That was especially true of the eye with the pupil that was a bronze bell. Hai's gaze was filled with a cannon that reminded Xu Qing of Zhou Jingli. As soon as it locked onto Xu Qing in the blood fog, the bell rang, causing everything to shake. It turned into a godly voice that could strike madness into the listener. It was locking onto Xu Qing's soul. The color bronze spread out everywhere, infecting the blood fog and converging on Xu Qing's flesh and blood. In addition, stardust filled with God script poured out from the eyelid of the eye, becoming a torrent that swept forth to block Xu Qing's path forward. In the back of the eye was a suction device that resembled the hand of a Buddha, and it exerted a huge gravitational force that locked onto Xu Qing, as if to drag him over to be devoured. Meanwhile, the old woman and the tree unleashed attacks. Within the blood fog, Xu Qing's eyes glittered. He knew that time was of the essence, and that delays could bring unintended consequences. He needed to end the slaughter as quickly as possible. With that thought in mind, his heart filled with determination, and he unhesitatingly gave into the gravitational force and allowed himself to be dragged toward the bronze eye. In fact, he added some of his own effort to get him to the eye faster. The blood fog roiled, obscuring the line of sight and making it impossible to see what fighting was going on inside. It was only possible to hear intense rumbling sounds. That was the sound of numerous altar gods unleashing god magics. Mixed in were muffled grunts coming from Xu Qing, as well as the sound of a tolling bell. An instant later, the fog thinned, and Xu Qing became visible, blood spraying out of his mouth. Astonishingly, he was right in front of the eye-shaped god. Despite being covered in blood, he didn't hesitate for a moment to stab the iron skewer in his hand deeply into the pupil of the eye. The bronze bell shivered and released an unprecedented scream of lamentation. Countless faces appeared on the surface of the bell, and all were writhing in agony. The weeping turned corporeal, becoming blood-red incantation text that flowed out of the eye and surrounded Xu Qing. At the same time, a host of innumerable tentacles erupted from the eye and madly stabbed towards Xu Qing like blades. The goal was to push Xu Qing away. Off in the distance, the other altar gods took advantage of the moment to rush in that direction. A vicious look gleamed in Xu Qing's eyes as he let the tentacles stab into him. Ignoring the injuries and the blood splashing down, he unleashed all of the power of the iron skewer. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the skewer stabbed right into the bronze pupil. The eye shivered. The bronze cracked, and golden god blood oozed out. The power of Xu Qing's immortal embryo erupted within him, sending terrifying immortal energy out. The eyeball was crushed out of existence, transforming into a rain of blood that spread out everywhere. Every drop of blood reflected the host of altar gods and god-fair gods who had surrounded Xu Qing. The blood fog churned more. A few breaths of time passed, whereupon an old woman appeared, racing away from the blood fog. Behind her was Xu Qing, soaked in blood, stepping over some crushed crabapple flowers to give chase. He looked seriously injured, but his killing intent raged out, seemingly connected directly to the blood fog in the minor world. Behind Xu Qing was the god that was the half-withered and half-blooming tree, whose godly authority seemed to relate to space-time. The crabapple half of the god was already withering, while the other half was collapsing into ashes. Hai's soul lamp had been extinguished, and the god's soul within the lamp oil was collapsing into dust. Xu Qing had killed the eye first because of how the eye focused on him. Next, he had killed the tree. That was because the tree's godly authority could bolster his cannon, and thus, he could sustain damage to inflict fatalities. Now Xu Qing was after the old woman. Having witnessed Xu Qing kill so many other gods in such short order, the old woman instinctively felt a sensation of deadly crisis. And now, she just wanted to flee. She had no interest in participating any further. But the fog surged out, and once again she was inside its borders. A moment later, a scream rang out as the blood fog finally cleared. As it did, it revealed a blood-red dome of heaven. The old woman raced forward. However, she was clearly in very bad shape. Behind her, beneath the blood-red sky, Xu Qing hovered in the air, his robes soaked with golden god blood. Orbiting around him were 36,000 broken planets with faces on them, and every single planet had barely flickering godfire on it. On the ground beneath him were innumerable god corpses. Xu Qing licked the blood off his lips and looked at the astonished and fleeing old woman. Then he suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. When he appeared again, he was right next to the old woman. No matter how she tried to flee, it did no good. To her surprise and despair, Xu Qing reached out and stabbed the fingers of his right hand into her throat and squeezed down. The power of his immortal embryo surged through the old woman. As the sound of a cracking throat rang out, golden light shone from the old woman's eyes, only to turn turbid thanks to the surge of immortal energy. In the end, she turned into a desiccated corpse. Xu Qing released his grip and turned to look expressionlessly in the other direction. The spot he was looking at shattered. The dwarf staggered out into the open, blood spraying out of Hai's mouth. Hai's expression was unsightly, and he was visibly weak. He was also clearly astonished. He had launched some attacks earlier when in the blood fog, but had just kept getting injured. Finally, after almost getting killed, he decided to just hide and watch. Hai's plan had been to let the other gods wear Xu Qing out and hopefully create an opportunity for him to launch a good attack. He had also hoped to eventually be able to capture Xu Qing alive. But then a scene of slaughter played out in front of him, leaving him shaken to the core. Now he realized how strong this opponent was, and it led to great waves of shock smashing into him. Then Xu Qing looked at him, and that gaze caused him to feel a profound sensation of unease. Backing up weakly, he said, "Fellow Taoist, the most important thing is to wake up our true God, and our true God made a promise to you. If you and I can just get out of here, I'll open the exit and let you leave." He knew that it wasn't likely this cultivator would believe him. He was just hopping to provoke a bit of hesitation, and then he could take advantage of that hesitation. Hai's thoughts ran wild, but before he could settle on a good idea, he shivered from head to toe. Then he looked down to see that he was melting. It had completely escaped Hai's notice before and didn't cause any pain or other sensation. And it was caused by a black thread that had come to be wrapped around Hai's ankle at some point. The thread pierced into Hai's skin and went all the way to Hai's god soul. "Ancestral god," the dwarf screamed. Xu Qing vanished, then appeared mysteriously right in front of the dwarf god. Moving with lightning momentum, he reached his hand out, and as the chime of a bell rang out, he stabbed his finger into the dwarf's forehead. The dwarf's face writhed. He wanted to fight back, but Hai's injuries and the effects of the blood fog, combined with the god curse, had him weaker than ever. Add in the chime of the bell, and there was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, he shivered from head to toe. Countless streams of golden blood oozed from Hai's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, which rose into the air to form a new rain of blood. Then Hai's body crumbled, and the pieces fell to the ground. Xu Qing hovered in the air, allowing the rain of blood to fall onto his wounds. The truth was that he really had suffered some terrible wounds during the fighting, and had been suppressing their effects. After focusing his thoughts on the call that was now clear again, he determined the direction he needed to travel to follow it, and exhaustedly began to move. Eventually, he reached the world fragment in question, and there he found evidence that indicated a golden rat had been there. There were star ring hemp fragments on the ground that formed a teleportation portal. Given the structure and layout, it did not seem to be the work of a cultivator or a god. It looked more like the result of the innate ability of the golden rat. Xu Qing looked thoughtfully at the teleportation portal. He had no idea where the portal led to, but he could tell that after activating it, he would need 2 specific items to actually teleport through it. One was some star ring hemp. The other was the chronoflitter aura of the golden rats. Without those 2 things, the portal couldn't be used. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Years ago at the outer sea of the revered ancient mainland, I ran into the immortal paragon as he was chasing down a golden rat. That was when he told me to go to the 5th star ring. And eventually, I did go to the 5th star ring. Then, out on the battlefield, I accidentally ended up teleporting to the 4th star ring. While recovering in the 4th star ring, I coincidentally ended up being scanned by the divine will of some true gods and had no choice but to come into this pocket realm to hide. And then, I coincidentally ran into these 2 true gods fighting. After that, in another coincidence in this minor world, my golden rat woke up and sensed a relative. Now I'm here, at a teleportation portal made of star ring hemp. Coincidentally, going through it will require me to use the last bit of star ring hemp I got from the immortal paragon. Is he saving me, or has he been trying to lead me here this entire time? After some more thought, his eyes shone with determination. In the end, it didn't matter. This was the only option he had, so he prepared to step into the portal. However, right then, an ancient voice echoed through the minor world. "Young friend, I'm interested in making a second deal. Are you interested? The true radiance, true God wants to devour and assimilate me and is about to succeed. But I have a secret magic that you could use to devour that true God. It would boost your ring source and would let me turn defeat into victory." Xu Qing stopped and looked up into the canopy of heaven. Looking very calm, he said, "Considering you let me in here, you obviously knew all along that karma would play out this way in your god kingdom. In that case, is this deal of yours your idea? Or is it someone else's idea? I'm very interested to know whether you are a god or an immortal." Very far away from the 4th star ring was the distant 9th star ring. The vast expanse of the starry sky there, right in the middle, was the revered ancient mainland. The pressure of that ancient immortal in the starry sky grew stronger constantly, leaving all living beings feeling very anxious. Beneath the surface of revered ancient was a vast subterranean location that was tightly sealed by ancient immortals. It was where the brilliant heaven godfolk were. In that remote location was a dilapidated temple. There was no statue of a god in the temple, but in one corner, a head lay there facing upward, unleashing a torrent of curses. All I did was steal the corpse of a peak altar god. Because of that, you fools chased me all this time. You people just wait. The head ground its teeth. Then a very wild-looking old rat appeared. It had almost no fur left as it burrowed out of nowhere next to the head. There, it made a few lazy squeaking sounds. The head rolled into a different position so that it could look right at the rat. The head looked surprised. "Say what now? You sense a teleportation occurring very far away." Chapter 1269, Elated Erneu. Xu Qing stood in the teleportation portal made of star ring hemp. He had all of the requirements, including the star ring hemp from the immortal paragon and the aura of the little golden rat. With a mere thought, he could begin the teleportation. But instead, he continued to look up into the canopy of heaven. He was waiting for an answer to the question he had just asked. A moment later, an ancient voice echoed out into the minor world, tinged with a faint bit of confusion. "I don't know either. Years ago, I perished. When I returned, my recollections of the past were that of a god, but at the same time, I had scattered memories of a cultivator. Those 2 types of memories intersect, and thus, I often feel confused. Within that confusion is a voice that occasionally echoes out when the two types of memories clash. The voice tells me that there are clues left behind in my memories, and that one day, he'll be able to use those clues to do something. Therefore, he says not to obsess over what I am. I should just walk the path in front of me until, one day, I will meet a cultivator who has a resonance with my memories. When you entered that pocket realm out there, I sensed the resonance with the clues. I understood that you are the person I've been waiting for. As for the question you asked, I really have no way to answer it. Maybe I'm a god, or maybe I'm a cultivator. Furthermore, I have no way to prove what I'm saying is true. Whether you trust me or not, well, that's up to you. I'm not hiding anything from you. If I impart to you the secret magic that can absorb the true radiance, true god, it will cause a stir in the pocket realm, and that will bring the risk that forces on the outside realize what's happening. But the secret magic is real. Its absorption powers are real. Xu Qing looked down at the teleportation portal for a short time. Transfer the secret magic to me. Up above, numerous bolts of lightning appeared, which converged into a jade slip that descended to Xu Qing. He scanned it, whereupon a secret magic called the Dark Serenity God-assimilating incantation poured into his mind. Xu Qing's eyes immediately narrowed. The first part of the name was definitely a shock to him. The voice of the true god then echoed out again. This secret magic comes from the cultivator memories within me. Only someone with immortal energy can use it. Do the memories contain the cultivator's name? Xu Qing asked. A long moment passed before the true god replied. Unfortunately, no. Within Xu Qing's mind, the Dark Serenity God-assimilating incantation formed a dense network of magical symbols. After studying them with divine will, his eyes glittered with silver light. The air behind him vibrated as a towering immortal embryo materialized. Then the magical symbols of the Dark Serenity God-assimilating incantation became silver and spread over the surface of the immortal embryo, converging on its right hand. The immortal embryo lifted that hand and shoved it upward to the sky. The sky shattered as the huge hand punched a hole right through it. Instantly, the pocket realm was revealed, complete with its raging war between heaven and earth. The mountains erupted. The trees shot toward the sky. Blood rain fell in torrents. The huge black tumor twitched violently. What was more, all of the magical mushrooms began to shine with silver light. The light spread out to fill the entire pocket realm as a majestic silver hand formed. It was none other than the hand of Xu Qing's immortal embryo, and it sped directly toward the black tumor. The silver magical symbols rushed out of the hand, becoming a silver river. And because the black tumor was so involved in the intense fight with the true god below, it was quickly covered over. The silver river ravenously devoured the tumor. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying torrent of ring source poured through the silver symbols and into the immortal embryo. An instant later, Xu Qing was assimilating all of the ring source. And thus, that ring source was converted into immortal energy that nourished his immortal embryo. His cultivation base began to rise, reaching the very border of late quasi-immortal. The black tumor began to writhe violently, sending out the mighty pressure of a true god, along with an astounding godly voice. How impudent! The voice shook the pocket realm with such intensity that rifts opened up everywhere. At the same time, a slit appeared on the black tumor, which opened to reveal a golden eye. It had no emotions. A cultivator or a post-heaven god in this situation would be enraged, but right now, it was simply apathetic. However, a lack of emotions didn't equate to irrationality. It knew that if, during the process of absorbing the true god below, Xu Qing plundered its own foundation, then its future would be in jeopardy, and it could very well die. Normally speaking, a quasi-immortal cultivator couldn't possibly steal from it. The real reason, other than the secret magic being used, was that its enemy was behind it. The true god below struggled and fought back, and was going all out at the last minute. As Xu Qing assimilated the ring source, the mountain ranges became like a blade made of a spine, which slashed up and stabbed into the canopy of heaven with an ear-shattering boom. The trees burned themselves to bolster Xu Qing's silver hand. Their golden light suppressed the godly might of the enemy god, making Xu Qing's work easier. At that moment of crisis, the tumor twitched, causing its outer layer of skin to crumble and burn as it was converting into a terrifying power. That power then sought to drive away Xu Qing and his power of absorption. Though the true god below was able to block much of that power, it was still so terrifying that as soon as it hit the hand of Xu Qing's immortal embryo, the hand shattered. The ring source of a true god sprayed everywhere. Within the minor world, Xu Qing's entire majestic immortal embryo also suffered the effects and exploded. Within the spell formation, Xu Qing coughed up a mouthful of silver blood, within which was some of the ring source he had not fully absorbed. At the same time, he suffered a backlash thanks to the sudden interruption to his cultivation base breakthrough. Of course, Xu Qing was a vicious individual. His eyes flashed, and before the blood could even land on the ground, it turned into a blood mist that he quickly inhaled. Blue veins bulged out all over him as the power of the immortal embryo once again surged. The immortal embryo appeared again, and then forcefully thrust its hand up again. The silver hand appeared again outside. Silver magical symbols flowed as it once more began to drain the black tumor. This time, the absorption played out differently. The extent and the strength far surpassed the previous attempt, and that was because, this time, Xu Qing didn't assimilate it. Normally speaking, the process would be to absorb and assimilate it at the same time, turning it into nourishing immortal energy. The entire process could be considered a complete cycle, but after what just happened, Xu Qing knew that expending the effort to assimilate the ring source would take time away from absorbing it. Eyes flashing with cold light, he decided to forego the assimilation and instead use himself as a vessel to simply contain the ring source. There would be some downsides. For one, there was a limit to how much Xu Qing could contain. After all, this was a peak true god, and if the true god could be considered an ocean, then Xu Qing was like a lake. The second downside was that a lot of the ring source would be wasted, and what he took into himself wouldn't be very pure. But Xu Qing couldn't worry about those things right now. He had an opportunity to enjoy a big meal right now, and he would swallow however much he could. And after he finished with the meal, he would try to take some to go as well. And thus, he viciously absorbed the ring source. He quickly reached capacity and yet continued working. What he could fit inside, he fit inside. And what he couldn't fit inside, he kept outside. Up in the sky, a whole section of the black tumor already looked shriveled up. Though it was small compared to the tumor as a whole, it was obvious that it couldn't fight back much thanks to being locked in combat with the true god below. What was more, that missing section further weakened it, so that the attacks of the true god below were even more effective. After all, the two true gods were fairly evenly matched to begin with. The biggest factor in the black tumor's loss of momentum was the fact that Xu Qing couldn't contain all the ring source and was letting much of it drain. It was like a deflating balloon. As a result, the black tumor was in incredible danger. At that critical moment, the tumor shivered, then ignited part of itself, causing a loud cracking sound to ring out. It was trying to rip open the spatial barriers of the pocket realm to allow the energy inside to spread on the outside. Not only would that create an exit, but also, it would alert forces on the outside of what was happening. It didn't want to resort to this action unless there was absolutely no other option available. After all, it would introduce a host of other variables. But given what was going on, there didn't seem to be any other option. Those variables were the key to resolving the crisis. However, just as it was preparing to rip open the pocket realm, the silver magical symbols in the area collapsed on their own. The silver hand also vanished, as well as the immortal embryo in the minor world. Xu Qing had taken the initiative to stop absorbing the ring source. Without any hesitation, he activated the teleportation portal and vanished. He left. He had worked out a deal with the true god below, but given his personality, he wasn't going to simply trust the other party completely. From the earliest moment, he had not intended to actually help that true god. He only had one goal, and that was to take the unbalanced situation and return it to a state of balance. That way, neither party would be able to target him. He left. The black tumor abandoned the plan to rip open the pocket realm. And then the true god below erupted with full force. Heaven and earth once again went back to fighting. Everything shook inside the pocket realm as the teleportation portal made of star ring hemp slowly dissipated. But then, in the moment before it was completely and utterly gone, a finger-sized blue worm with the face of a person burrowed out of the teleportation light. Once it was in the open, the star ring hemp completely faded into nothing, leaving behind no trace of its existence. The blue worm looked around the area, stunned. What freaking place is this? The human face on the worm looked confused. If Xu Qing were present, he would definitely be both shocked and delighted. The worm was Erniu. Although Erniu was initially flabbergasted, it only took a moment for his nose to twitch. Then he turned to look in a specific direction, his eyes shining brightly. That's the aura of altar god flesh. Holy crap, what is this place? Erniu excitedly blurred into motion. Burrowing out of the minor world, he quickly arrived at the spot where Xu Qing had contended with those gods. He looked around at all the god corpses, which included quite a few altar gods. There was even a peak altar god. Erniu was shivering in elation, and he felt the impulse to rush forward. Has luck finally smiled on me? The moment I show up, I'm presented with so much stuff to eat. Back in that damned brilliant heaven place, I got chased down just for stealing one altar god. But here they are everywhere, and nobody else is around. I hit the mother lode. Erniu raced forward. However, he still felt there was something suspicious going on, so he kept his guard up. These gods haven't been dead long. I wonder who killed them. Whoever did it has a really ruthless way of doing things. Chapter 1270, Primeval Motherworld. Dark green starlight flowed through a rift in space-time, becoming like moonlight glimmering on an endless black glacier. As the light went on, it spread out over the entire glacier until it was like the canopy of heaven over a world. Beneath that canopy was a temple that had existed for countless years, which was emanating a faint, mysterious light. Other than that, everything was dark. It was impossible to see anything within the gloom. However, it was possible to hear hair-raising cries. There were also sounds like chewing and the snapping of bones, as well as disgusting swallowing sounds that would cause one's hair to stand on end. As for the mysterious light, it was only around the temple, which was illuminated hazily. From a distance, it looked like a candle burning in the night. The temple was deep underneath the frozen glacier. Innumerable years had passed in which no one disturbed it. Deep within the temple were 12 badly damaged statues of gods. They were circled around a red altar, atop which was a bronze door, standing upright. The bronze door opened silently, and a figure slowly emerged from the darkness beyond. He wore a black robe, had violet hair, was tall and slender, and had a mesmerizing face. As he looked around with a vigilant expression, his entire person pulsed with a terrifying aura. He was Xu Qing, who had just experienced a teleportation via the star ring hemp. Where am I? He immediately sent his divine will out to scan the area. He was ready for anything. Unfortunately, he had no idea where he was. All his divine will revealed to him was that this place was extremely ancient and full of intense pressure. His cultivation base, his divine will, and everything else about him was under immense pressure. He couldn't even fly. Xu Qing's brow furrowed. Thankfully, though his divine will was severely limited, he could sense the 12 damaged statues surrounding the altar. They were gruish in appearance, yet were also indescribably holy. They were covered in deep slash marks, like growth rings left behind by the claws of some terrifying entity. Considering how large they were, and how large everything else was in this place, Xu Qing felt like he had come to a kingdom of giants. He seemed insignificant. Is this a temple? His eyes narrowed as he studied his surroundings more closely. However, he didn't identify anything unusual. Eventually, he stepped onto the altar. When his shoes touched the blood-red tiles, a red liquid oozed out from beneath his feet. It floated about gruishly as if it were blood that was waking up. Xu Qing's eyes flashed, but he kept walking. He wanted to get out of this temple and have a look around to determine where he was. Soon, the temple filled with a sound like footsteps on a watery surface. It sounded empty and bizarre. And then, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Xu Qing stood in a crumbling corridor that led toward the outside. He looked up. Perhaps it was his arrival, or perhaps it was the breeze that came with him. But either way, the dust on the walls shifted. It almost was as if time was passing as the dust revealed the red surface of the wall and the ancient symbols on it. The designs depicted a god whose skin had been flayed off, reclining on the horizon, Hai's bones having turned into mountains, and Hai's blood flowing toward a bronze planet. Surrounding the god were hosts of greedy blue eyes. After a while, Xu Qing looked away. The sense of unfamiliarity and suspicion regarding this place were getting stronger. Just where exactly am I? He turned and looked in the direction of the end of the corridor. Before long, the footsteps echoed out again within the silent temple. The sound went on for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Outside, it was dark, with only that mysterious light creating hazy illumination around the temple. Eventually, the main door opened. Rumbling sounds echoed out into the dark surrounding world. The chewing sounds stopped. And then, pairs of blue eyes suddenly appeared out in the darkness, all of them looking toward the temple. At the same time, mysterious light erupted from the temple, like the last flash of light before sunset, or the passage of a bolt of lightning. As a result, Xu Qing could see everything clearly as he stepped outside. There were corpses everywhere. There were never-ending god corpses. They included all types of godfolk. They came from a host of different time periods. The vast majority were little more than skeletons with some scrap of flesh on them. They were piled up everywhere, as far as the eye could see. Xu Qing's pupils constricted at the sight of it. He had never seen the corpses of so many gods in one place, not even on the battlefield. What struck him most deeply was that among the innumerable god corpses were a host of living creatures. They were everywhere, and they were extremely gruish, one. Each one had a gray, skeletal body with a rib cage of 12 rib bones in total, divided asymmetrically on the left and right side of the body. The ribs on the left had a sticky violet membrane stretching between each bone, which would inflate when it breathed in. When the membrane stretched thin, it was possible to see the flesh of gods inside being digested. On the right, the rib bones were crystallized and would occasionally reveal the protruding faces of agonized gods. Those faces created an endless, tormented flow toward the tumorized head, a cycle that would repeat every few breaths. Although each creature had different facial features, they all had blue eyes. As for the limbs, they were extremely skinny and covered with bone spurs, while the spine on the back seemed to be growing upside down. Bone spurs protruded from the skin at the neck. And they glowed with blue light. Astonishingly, at the end of each spur was a shriveled finger. As Xu Qing watched, the fingers would writhe and sway along with the movement of the spurs. Xu Qing looked at all of this with glittering eyes. He felt a sense of danger, but at the same time, there was something familiar about all this. I feel like I've seen these gruish things before. Before Xu Qing could think much about it, the strange creatures suddenly let loose shrill cries. A piercing sound wave swept out in all directions, along with a surge of greed. It turned into a wind. And then countless gruish creatures began to rush in Xu Qing's direction. A sense of deadly crisis erupted within him. Xu Qing didn't hesitate for a moment. His immortal embryo glittered as it materialized behind him and then rushed forth to meet the incoming gruish creatures. Wherever it passed, the gruish creatures shivered and then howled as their bodies exploded. However, they would form anew only moments later. They seemed to be eternally indestructible. There were some who looked mostly like the others, except that they had blue patches of ice on them, and they were far more deadly than the others. Seeing that, Xu Qing waved his hand, and his iron skewer flew out and joined the effort. His cannon of parallelism appeared, causing different versions of himself to emerge from overlapping space-time. Like his true form, they unleashed explosive immortal might, becoming shooting stars that shot in various directions. The sound of slaughter drifted out across the glacier. About an hour later, as the dark green moonlight shone out over the glacier, a loud cracking sound rang out, and the glacier began to split apart in one area. Xu Qing shot out from within. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and he looked to be in bad shape. Behind him were a host of space-time reflections that were slowly fading away. He could now sense that he was able to fly, and so he shot up into the air and pushed down behind him with his hand. The sheets of ice trembled, then collapsed, closing the opening. On the other side were a host of those gruish beasts. Leading them was a tall figure whose body was 20% blue. He had one arm that was almost entirely covered with blue, as if it was completely made of ice. He looked at Xu Qing with greed, but did not try to give chase. Xu Qing looked down at that tall being, a scowl on his face. The gruish beings in the glacier had ordinary battle prowess. It was their eternally indestructible characteristics and endless numbers, coupled with the fact that he couldn't fly, which had made things so difficult. But even with all that, he normally wouldn't have ended up in such bad shape. What got him really broken down were the creatures with the blue ice patches. The more ice they had, the more deadly they were. And that was especially true of the one with the ice hand covered with bone spurs. That being filled Xu Qing with an intense sensation of danger. Only by relying on his space-time clones had he been able to fight his way through and eventually get out of the glacier. Seeing that they weren't chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he still felt like all of this was familiar, especially that huge figure looking at him from the other side of the opening. I've seen something like it before, eldest brother. Xu Qing's pupils constricted as he realized where that sensation of familiarity came from. That blue hand of ice with the bone spurs was very similar to the one which would come out of Erneu's chest when he went all out, too. Godfiend. Xu Qing's heart pounded as the opening leading into the glacier closed, becoming nothing but a crater. The sight of the tall, blue figure was cut off. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed as many thoughts ran through his head. Then he sent his divine will around him to check his surroundings. Astonishingly, he was on top of a massive black glacier that pulsed with intense mutagen. Within that mutagen was endless death. Before he could thoroughly inspect his surroundings, a strange sensation of fear rose up within him. He looked off into the distance. The clouds in the sky rippled as a golden meteor shot forth, heading in his direction. Is that? He looked closely at the meteor. Soon he could make out clearly what it was. It was not a meteor. It was the massive corpse of a god. Though the god was dead, the aura indicated it was a true god. This. His eyes narrowed as a voice spoke into his mind via divine will. It was a voice full of astonishment and disbelief. It was the voice of the goddess Starry Eyes. This is the primeval motherworld. 3. Outside of the glacier world was the space-time rift. And in the vast expanse of this universe's starry sky, the corpse of a god floated along. Responding to the direction given, the corpse flew into the rift. 2 people were seated inside the corpse. They were none other than young Lord Aurora and immortal fairy Spirit Phoenix. Opening her eyes, Spirit Phoenix quietly said, "The primeval mother world of the 4th star ring. We're almost there. Husband, have you come to a decision?" Next to her, young Lord Aurora slowly opened his eyes. The immortal paragon came up with this plan. Call it my predestined fate. 1. The author goes back and forth between using the divine pronoun for these creatures and the non-gender specific, it, pronoun usually used for animals or inanimate objects. This feels intentional to me, as if the author intends for these creatures to seem similar to gods, but not an actual godfolk species. Therefore, I will do the same. Occasionally, they will have the divine pronoun applied, but not always. 2. The blue hand has come up quite a few times in the past, for instance in chapters 573.2 and 1022. There are other instances, those are just the first 2 I pulled up. 3. The characters, and later context, imply that this mother world is a planet. That said, description makes it unclear if it's a spherical planet or a flat Earth type of thing. Chapter 1271, Motherworld Chronicles. When Xu Qing heard the voice of Goddess Starry Eyes, he scowled, lifted his right hand, and made a grasping gesture. In that manner, he dragged Starry Eyes out by the neck and placed her on the black glacier in front of him. Then he loosened his grip so she could speak. "Tell me everything you know," he said, very accurately. His cold gaze, coupled with everything she had experienced after being captured, plus what she had gone through with Starfare, ensured that Starry Eyes' defenses had all crumbled. She knew that hiding things wouldn't benefit her at all. After a moment of thought, she said, "Everything here matches the description of a very secret location. It's the fourth star ring's primeval motherworld." "Continue," Xu Qing said tranquilly. "Supposedly," she continued, "the primeval motherworld is the place where the very first god was born in the fourth star ring. Legend has it that before that primeval god, the fourth star ring didn't have gods at all. It was only because of him that gods came to be here." Xu Qing's eyes glittered. His gaze caused Starry Eyes to shiver. After a brief moment of hesitation, she continued, "It's a very old story. I heard about it from my father, and not all the gods in the fourth star ring accept it as truth. I guess you can say that the story of the primeval motherworld is just one of the stories that explain the origin of the gods." "Tell me some things you know to be true," Xu Qing said coldly. Starry Eyes nodded. "There's one thing that's certain. When gods develop the godrot and their bodies wither, they'll sense a call from the motherworld. At that point, they will float through the starry sky, following a prescribed trajectory until they arrive here and land on the motherworld. That journey cannot be detected or perceived, so even after countless years have passed, very few gods know the actual location of the motherworld. Only the dead come here." "Godrot?" Xu Qing asked. Starry Eyes seemed hesitant to explain what were obviously secrets of the gods, but in the end, she didn't hold back. "Gods under the level of true god are not undying. It's only after becoming a true god that one acquires a true name and becomes undying. However, that undying aspect refers only to the true name, not the god's body. The bodies of all gods, true gods or not, will eventually develop godrot after enough time passes. It ends in complete withering. When they sense the call of the motherworld, they come here and die. Those gods that don't have a true name become nutrients. As for those who do have true names, well, the motherworld is like a womb where they can develop a new god body. Then, by combining that new body with the true name, they can be resurrected. It's a slow process. But it's just one of the ways, the natural laws, governing the return of true gods works." Hearing this, Xu Qing frowned. "That doesn't conform to my previous understanding of this subject." Starry Eyes quickly explained, "It's because there are two additional ways for gods to be resurrected. The first way is for a god to return to the body they died in. The other is to be summoned by a god lord. But those two methods only work on gods who have not developed godrot. For example, maybe they died in battle. For the godwritten, the only option is to answer the call of the motherworld." Xu Qing looked thoughtful. This was the first time he had heard any information like this. But thinking back to instances in which he watched true gods reviving, he realized that all of them had been killed in battle. That said, he still wasn't sure how trustworthy this information was, so he checked with Starfare. Unfortunately, Starfare was a post-heaven god, and was not yet a true god. In contrast, Starry Eyes was nobility. In the end, there was no way for Starfare to answer the question. After some thought, Xu Qing pointed down at the black glacier with his left hand. "What are those gruish things underneath the glacier?" "They're source fiends," Starry Eyes replied immediately. "Source fiends are beings unique to the motherworld. They devour the corpses of gods as they're a part of the motherworld itself. They are born here and die here, and ultimately they become elements in the new god bodies that form." Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing thought for a moment, then asked, "Can the source fiends leave the motherworld?" Starry Eyes shook her head to indicate the answer was no. "At least, I've never heard of that happening. Based on my understanding of the motherworld, there has never been a source fiend seen anywhere but here." "Is the fourth star ring the only place that has a motherworld?" he asked. "Or do all the other 36 higher star rings have them?" They all do, Starry Eyes said quietly. She wasn't holding anything back. These matters were secrets that few under the true God level knew about. In contrast, upon reaching the true God level, the information would become apparent to that God, as it was contained in their blood. Given that Starry Eyes' father was a God Emperor, it made sense that she would know all the details. How do we leave here? Xu Qing asked, looking at her coldly. She shivered and shook her head. I don't know. I just know that living beings shouldn't be able to come here. There was one thing she didn't ask, and that was why Xu Qing would come to a place like this. Xu Qing frowned and was about to ask another follow-up question, but then something shocking happened. Starry Eyes, perhaps because of just spending time in this place, was starting to wither and rot. At the same time, Starfear spoke into Xu Qing's mind, sounding alarmed. Young Lord, my body is weakening and my God source is fatting away. Apparently, Starry Eyes had also sensed the change in her, as she started trembling in terror. This is the primeval mother world. It can break down and absorb all living things. Xu Qing checked himself, but didn't notice anything unusual. Looking at the terrified Starry Eyes, he said, Are you sure there's no way to leave? She trembled as she searched her memories. Unfortunately, she really didn't know any way to leave. Xu Qing waved his hand to put the goddess away. Then he scanned the area, all while simultaneously checking his ring source and analyzing the information he had learned. The primeval mother world. It's supposedly the place where gods were first born in the 4th star ring. Gods who developed Godrot all come back here. Living beings can't come here. Then why would the immortal paragon arrange for me to be teleported here? Also, the so-called source fiends look very similar to whatever Erniu has inside of him. If Erniu really does have a source fiend in him. Xu Qing had long speculated about Erniu's secrets, but even to this point, he didn't have much concrete information to work with. However, now wasn't the time to ponder that. Xu Qing looked up into the dome of heaven. Regardless of why the immortal paragon sent me here, the most important thing to do right now is figure out a way to leave. I tried the bronze door in the temple, but I couldn't use it to leave. In that case, I guess I need to check the canopy of heaven. Maybe that's where I'll find a way out. With that thought in mind, he flew up into the sky. Moving with astonishing speed, he went higher and higher. Time passed. Unfortunately, heaven here was massive, and no matter how Xu Qing climbed, he never got more than halfway up. It was like there was no end. At a certain point, he stopped, hovered there, and looked down. The black glacier was still beneath him, and it seemed to stretch forever. When Xu Qing saw that happening, his heart sank. Given the speed I'm capable of, I should have been able to fly through an entire universe at this point. But I'm still only halfway up. Xu Qing could sense that Starfear and Starry Eyes were both getting weaker and weaker. He didn't care much about Starry Eyes, but he did care about Starfear, so he sent her some of his own ring source to help. It doesn't matter how high I get. As long as I'm in this location, Thay will keep getting weaker. After some consideration, he kept moving at top speed. Not much time passed before he stopped, his pupils constricting. A hair-raising sensation had struck him, like a mountain-toppling, sea-draining force assailing him. At the same time, a cold, prickling sensation filled him. It was as if every scrap of his flesh and blood, as well as all aspects of his divine will, were screaming that he was in danger. It was coming from the boundless sky above him. Apparently, if he kept going up, something unimaginably terrifying would happen. I can't keep going. Reeling, he dropped down. After going back down to a certain elevation, the terrifying sensation vanished. Unfortunately, he couldn't actually relax, as a new danger suddenly manifested. After bolstering Starry Eyes and Starfear, Xu Qing realized that his own ring source was starting to disappear. That caused his expression to darken. It wasn't happening very quickly, and he still had plenty in the stockpile from the black tumor. But nothing he did to try to stop it from happening had any effect. When Starfear realized what was happening, she got extremely nervous. Young Lord, it looks like it's speeding up, if things keep going on like this. I know, he replied. With that, he blurred into motion, heading down toward the glacier so fast that a sonic boom echoed out in all directions. He was moving in the direction of the true god corpse that he had seen falling earlier. It didn't take very long before he reached the spot. There, embedded halfway into the ground, was the huge god corpse. Despite being embedded in the ground, it hadn't shattered the glacier. It was almost as if it had melted into it. Down beneath, there were hordes of source fiends already feeding on the corpse. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing touched the corpse. Silver light flashed in his eyes. Gradually, a feeble stream of ring source emerged from the corpse and poured in to replenish both himself and Starfire. He was yet again using the dark serenity god-assimilating incantation. "Oh, I see," he said, his eyes glittering. Chapter 1272, Here. The dark serenity god-assimilating incantation is a very tyrannical secret magic. It's strong enough to assimilate the ring source of a true god. Xu Qing looked off into the distance, and the fog clouding his mind began to clear. He stopped using the secret magic and instead tried an ordinary collection technique on the corpse. The result was just as he had expected. It didn't work at all. So that's how it is. If I want to collect from a true god, then I either have to rely on the power of the Aurora heaven beyond heaven to collect from the god imprisoned there, or I have to target lower-level gods like Starry Eyes. Of those two, the first was half-returned, and thus not complete, while the other is seriously injured and has dropped in cultivation level. As for this god corpse, the ring source is fatting after death. The source fiends are devouring it, and the mother world is absorbing it. That's why ordinary collection techniques don't work at all. I can only use the domineering dark serenity god-assimilating incantation to succeed. With it, I can counteract the effects of this locale that drains ring source, and that means I can actually stay here safely. Except, there's no way the immortal paragon just wants me to come here, absorb god corpses, and improve my cultivation level. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. From what he could tell, the immortal paragon was the type of person who crafted plans within plans within plans. I'm probably just one part of the overall plan. Or maybe I'm just here to help. Perhaps my presence here is the mere foundation for something else. In other words, I probably don't need to sit around trying to figure out what the immortal paragon is planning. I should just wait and see. The truth about his plan will probably be revealed unexpectedly at some point. Unfortunately, I am not fond of arrangements like that. Xu Qing didn't like it when his fate was manipulated by others, even if it was the immortal paragon himself. That said, when he assessed the situation honestly, he had to admit that after coming to the 5th star ring from the revered ancient mainland, everything he had done had been his own choice. But at the same time, it seemed that the immortal paragon had been watching over him, ensuring that he never ran into too much trouble to handle. He had long come to sense that. Sighing, he focused on absorbing the ring source, keeping some for himself and giving some to Starfire. After taking enough to counteract the effects of his surroundings, he settled cross-legged to focus on building another stockpile. A few days later, the god corpse had sunk all the way down into the glacier. As the source fiends looked on with their blue eyes, Xu Qing flew up and then sped along over the surface of the primeval motherworld. The ring source I've taken so far is enough to keep Starfire and I going for a number of days. Going forward, I need to explore this place a bit more. Naturally speaking, the ideal outcome would be to find an exit. As for the immortal paragon's plan, I guess I'll consider it as a debt owed. Until the plan is revealed, I'll just focus on my cultivation. With that decision made, he sent some ring source to Starry Eyes. After all, he didn't want the goddess to die. That wouldn't do any good. As far as Xu Qing was concerned, if she was going to die, it needed to benefit him in some way. And thus, half a month went by. There was no division between day and night on the primeval motherworld, but there was occasional dark green moonlight that allowed Xu Qing to track time according to the timekeeping standards of the revered ancient mainland. During the time that passed, he saw a lot of god corpses fall from the sky. Most of them crumbled in the process of falling, turning into ashes. Some, those who were altar gods or higher, didn't completely crumble and landed on the glacier as mostly intact corpses that slowly sank down. Seems Starry Eyes wasn't lying after all. Gods under the true god level who develop the godrot come back here and become nutrients. Only true gods land as intact corpses. Seems to me that primeval mother world isn't the best description of this place. Calling it a corpse world would make more sense. It's like hell itself. Xu Qing looked up as a godfire god crumbled into ashes. Beneath the glacier underfoot were countless source fiends staring at him, and amidst the hordes of source fiends was a temple that the moonlight barely reached. Xu Qing looked down at the glacier, his eyes glittering coldly. During the half-month that had passed, he hadn't just explored the top side of the glacier. He had also gone down below, where he had found a total of 3 additional temples. All of them, without exception, were surrounded by endless corpses and innumerable source fiends. Xu Qing had not held back any ring source. He had unleashed all his battle prowess to fight his way through them. Inside each of the 3 temples, he had found a bronze door. Unfortunately, no matter what efforts he made, the bronze doors were as useless as the door in the temple he had arrived in. Apparently, the doors in the temples lead the way into this location, but are not exits to the outside. Xu Qing had also come to a conclusion about the source fiends. There's a definite connection between the temples and the source fiends. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure of the specifics. Contemplating such things, he flew up into the air. He needed to find some more fallen god corpses to replenish the ring source he had used and also bolster Starfear. He had grown used to this process over the last half-month. Though he hadn't found any true god corpses like the very first one he'd encountered, there were other corpses he could make use of, though most were in bad shape. The ring source those gods provided wasn't as amazing as that of the true god, which had provided enough in one shot to keep him going for days. But after absorbing from multiple corpses, he would get what he needed to continue exploring. Days passed. Xu Qing would replenish his ring source, then widen his search of the primeval motherworld. Unfortunately, nothing atop the glacier changed. It was always black and it always went on forever. Other than the source fiends under the glacier and the god corpses falling from above, he didn't see anything. He was the only living being in the world, flying along endlessly alone. He was slowly getting numb to it all. But then, on one particular day, he stopped in place and looked off into the distance, his eyes glittering. Is that? Shockingly, a great distance away on the glacier, he had spotted a massive crevice. It was like a gigantic, ghastly canyon. This was the first unusual terrain feature he had encountered in this place. His spirits lifted, and he raced along like a shooting star to appear right above the canyon. Looking down at it, he realized it resembled a wound, and it was so long and deep that his senses couldn't penetrate it. But there was something even more shocking. The opposing walls of the valley, from top to bottom, were covered with innumerable bronze doors. Some of the doors were sealed with ice. Others were half exposed, yet others were completely out in the open. If that were all there were to it, Xu Qing wouldn't have been so taken aback. But what really caused his pupils to constrict was that there were source fiends seated cross-legged around all of the exposed doors. These source fiends were different from the ones he had seen. They didn't just have blue arms. They were completely blue from head to toe, and they looked almost exactly like the one inside his eldest brother. Wait, no, the one in eldest brother is a dark blue color. These ones, they are light blue. Xu Qing's guard went up. Having fought many source fiends, he knew what they were like and how difficult they could be to deal with. But this was his first time seeing any that were pure blue, and there were a lot of them. It seemed that just as he caught sight of them, quite a few of them looked over at him with blue eyes. Xu Qing didn't make any sudden moves. Similarly, the source fiends didn't move either. They just looked at him. Xu Qing slowly backed up and the source fiends looked away from him. Not coming out. Given everything he had experienced so far in this place, Xu Qing was certain that the valley would be an extremely dangerous location to enter. But why are they all sitting there by those bronze doors? He frowned, then settled cross-legged in midair to study the source fiends. A few days later, something happened in the valley that dispelled much of his confusion. One of the bronze doors at the very bottom of the valley slowly opened. Godly chanting drifted out from inside. Canshan, Canshan. The godly voice seemed to contain the power of the star ring, and it stirred the local mutagen, causing it to converge in the form of a god talisman. It floated out of the door, and it shot right toward the nearest source fiend. The god talisman seemed infinitely ancient, and it contained unimaginable mysteries. But all it took was one glance at it for Xu Qing's heart to start pounding. He immediately backed up. As for the source fiend, its eyes became more intensely blue, and then it let loose a raging howl. It was as if the god talisman was a tribulation it had to face, and thus, it howled maniacally as the talisman approached. As Xu Qing watched, the talisman and the source fiend collided. Next, golden light shone from the god talisman, while the source fiend shone with a blue glow. It looked like the two were trying to devour each other. But the convergence of the blue and gold was like boiling water meeting a snowflake. The blue glittered, but in the end, couldn't fight back, and was wiped out by the golden light from the god talisman. And then, it was as if the god talisman sucked all the life out of the source fiend. In the middle of the god talisman, bones appeared, then meridians and veins, and then flesh. It became a god body. It surged with endless life force. A new god had been born. The aura of a true god surged from the god body, and before the body could awaken, the bronze door sucked the body in. It vanished completely. Xu Qing watched the whole thing happen, his heart pounding the entire time. This is how new gods are reconstructed in this place. The reconstruction process requires a carrier in the form of a source fiend of blue ice. What came floating out of the door was a true name. The true name is imprinted and transferred to a new god, and the source fiend can't do anything about it. It's like predestination. Xu Qing's heart was racing. Does that mean that I came out of that bronze door in the same manner as a true name? He wasn't sure, but as he looked at the source fiends and the bronze doors, he couldn't help but think of his eldest brother. It seems more than ever that eldest brother is very unique. Whenever he goes all out, a source fiend comes out of his chest. It almost seems like he and the source fiend are occupying one body. What's more, eldest brother certainly does have undying characteristics. A god fell from the sky off in the distance. The body had been on quite a journey. As the corpse fell to the ground, it didn't break apart. It was the corpse of a true god. When Xu Qing spotted it, he settled his thoughts. His eyes glittered. Assimilating damaged gods was very limiting. It was nothing like dealing with the corpse of a true god. Xu Qing blurred into motion toward the corpse. Inside that very corpse, immortal fairy spirit Phoenix opened her eyes. "Husband, we've arrived." Young Lord Aurora opened his eyes and looked around calmly. He was about to speak, when all of a sudden a strange expression overtook the calmness on his face. Chapter 1273. Big Brother is taking you to do something big. Xu Qing sped through the air over the black glacier. He looked like a hungry wolf. During the time that passed, he had not found any way of leaving the primeval mother world. And despite his contingency plans working so far, the constant drain on his ring source was a source of great anxiety. After all, he had to worry about Starfire as well. And only a few days earlier, he had started to contemplate whether or not it would be worth it to give up on Starry Eyes. Draining those mangled corpses only brought in a meager amount of ring source. And as time went on, the draining effect of the planet only increased. Over the past month, he had been searching for an exit while at the same time searching for intact corpses. Unfortunately, the only intact corpses were those of true gods, and such corpses didn't fall very often. And when they did fall, they would sink down through the glacier in a matter of days. The result was that finding one was like fishing a needle from the sea. It really came down to getting lucky. In fact, during the past month, Xu Qing had only encountered two. One was that very first one he had found, and the other was this one. That was why he felt such a sense of urgency. Luck is on my side this time. This corpse fell pretty close to me, and I was able to rush over to it immediately. It should have a good amount of ring source. With the dark serenity god assimilating incantation, I'll be able to collect quite a bit from it. Xu Qing's mind was spinning with all the possibilities. An hour later, he caught sight of a massive corpse with green skin and black crystals growing all over it. Despite being dead, the corpse still sent immense pressure out in all directions, causing the air to ripple and distort. Down beneath the glacier, hordes of source fiends were gathering in anticipation of the corpse sinking down. Xu Qing stopped in midair and studied the area. After confirming that the corpse really was dead, he shot through the distortions to arrive atop the corpse. He landed on the chest. Given his experience harvesting the mangled god corpses, he knew that the chest was where the most ring source would be gathered. Without a moment of hesitation, he unleashed the dark serenity god-assimilating incantation and put his hand down onto the surface of the chest. Assimilation via direct contact was the most efficient. His eyes glittered as the process started. Streams of ring source immediately began to come out of the chest and into him. His eyes lit up. It's good I got here so quickly. The planet hasn't taken much of the ring source. Xu Qing was in very high spirits as he rapidly assimilated as much ring source as possible, not forgetting to send some to Starfear as well, who reacted with an exclamation of joy and satisfaction. The source fiends below the glacier were getting visibly antsy. Although it wasn't possible to hear their calls, it was clear that they were instinctively angry at having their food stolen. In fact, some of them launched up into the air and smashed into the underside of the glacier. Xu Qing completely ignored them and focused fully on the assimilation effort. As the process went on, the spot where he was touching the skin of the god went from green to white, and it started to sink down. When that happened, Xu Qing knew it was time to switch to another spot. However, that was when something completely unexpected happened. A hand shot out from the white, sunken portion of the chest. There was no way for Xu Qing to avoid it, and before he could do anything, it latched onto his wrist. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. He had studied the area and the corpse thoroughly before beginning, and had confirmed that the corpse was indeed dead. How could he not be caught surprised? His immortal embryo appeared behind him, and his cultivation base roared to life. Starfear, startled, held nothing back to help him. But then a gentle ring source flowed out of the hand and into Xu Qing. The hand loosened its grip. Uncertain of what was going on, Xu Qing backed away. That was when a familiar voice drifted out. How long have you been this hungry? Xu Qing's jaw nearly dropped as he looked at the sunken area of the god's chest. Two familiar figures emerged. One was a man, the other was a woman. The woman was smiling. Her oval face shone with a pearly luster, and her eyes were slightly upturned with full undereyes, making her seem unusually gentle and friendly. The man, meanwhile, wore a black robe with silver embroidery. He stood tall, but was relaxed, with an enigmatic smile on his face as he looked Xu Qing up and down. Xu Qing stared at them in astonishment. It was an expression rarely seen on his face. He really could not imagine why these two people would appear as he was assimilating a corpse. You too. In reaction to his facial expression, immortal fairy spirit Phoenix cast an annoyed glance at young Lord Aurora. Why did you have to go and grab our young friend's arm like that? Young Lord Aurora chuckled. I guess I was just too excited to see an old buddy. I hope I didn't startle you too much, Xu Qing. Xu Qing took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up with understanding. This must be why the immortal paragon had arranged for him to come here. He quickly clasped hands and bowed. Well met, seniors. Are you kidding me? Young Lord Aurora said, his eyebrows shooting up. You got the Aurora Immortal Palace and the entire heaven beyond heaven, yet you're still addressing us as seniors. Are we strangers or something? Young Lord Aurora's eyes glittered much like they had when he was an imp back in the Immortal Palace. Spirit Phoenix laughed softly. After coming to the 4th star ring, her husband had mostly acted very serious, and definitely not like this. She knew it was all because of Xu Qing. Smiling, she said, Oh, you, why don't you just come out and say it? You want Lil Bro Xu to call you Big Brother, don't you? Young Lord Aurora smiled enigmatically. Xu Qing blinked a few times and thought back to all the scenes that played out in the Aurora Immortal Palace. Given that, he had every reason to comply. Big Brother. Young Lord Aurora laughed heartily. He didn't ask Xu Qing what he was doing here. Instead, he flicked his sleeve, causing the god corpse to collapse into a host of crystals that were packed with ring source. He sent them flying over to Xu Qing. "Let's go," he said. "Your big brother is going to bring you along to do something dramatic." With that, young Lord Aurora and immortal fairy spirit Phoenix flew up into the air, taking Xu Qing along with them. They headed in the direction of the valley. Hearing their familiar voices and seeing them in person left Xu Qing feeling very moved. All of a sudden, he realized that this was a feeling he had experienced with someone else many times in the past. "I wonder how eldest brother is doing right now." Taking a deep breath, he put such thoughts aside and focused on keeping up with young Lord Aurora and immortal fairy spirit Phoenix. The three of them shot through the dark green sky and its dappled moonlight. Soon enough, the dark green moonlight merged into the black, cold wind. Snowflakes flew with the wind, piercing through the sky, before eventually reaching that huge valley. That was where the three of them stopped. "This is the place," young Lord Aurora said, looking down into it. The valley started in the extreme north and zigzagged across the primeval motherworld. It looked almost like a massive, ghastly wound that cut down to the bone. The countless bronze doors Xu Qing had seen earlier responded to young Lord Aurora's gaze. They started trembling, and the source fiends outside of them all looked up and stared at the three of them. But it was a bit different from what Xu Qing had experienced before. The source fiends looked scared. And what was even more terrifying was that they were making sounds like those animals would make when they were feeling threatened. Xu Qing felt an instant sense of unease. He looked at young Lord Aurora. Young Lord Aurora hovered in midair, his black robe not moving at all despite the cold wind. A moment later, he plucked an alcohol flagon off his waist, lifted it, and took a drink. Then he splashed some alcohol out of it. Astonishingly, the alcohol seemed to contain the reflection of countless heavenly bodies. The immortal paragon said that this valley here on the primeval motherworld is evidence left behind when the first god was born in the fourth star ring. It is a result of natural laws and contains the secret of the origin of the gods. Young Lord Aurora lifted his pale right hand and pushed it toward the glacier on one side of the canyon. The glacier trembled as though a giant invisible hand had grabbed it. "But from my perspective, if you consider this planet to be the mother of the gods, then that means that very first god must have cut open Hai's mother's belly and crawled out. And this is the wound left behind afterward." As young Lord Aurora spoke, he lifted his left hand toward the glacier on the other side of the valley. Then he shoved both of his hands to either side with great force. Heaven and earth trembled violently. A cracking sound rang out from the depths of the valley, so loud it would make one's teeth ache. At the same time, the glacier on either side of the valley began to move, almost like a scab being ripped away from a wound. All of the bronze doors in the valley started shaking. A mist as black as ink poured out from the valley. At the same time, the source fiends howled, and seemingly driven by instinct, shot out of the valley along with the mist. They headed directly toward young Lord Aurora. "You mere vehicles dare to make such a ruckus." A vertical red eye appeared on young Lord Aurora's forehead, which erupted with massive force. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the mist from the valley was shredded into nothing. The source fiends within it howled in anguish from the pressure, and all scattered. Some of them were even ripped to shreds. Xu Qing was shaken deeply. It was a given that young Lord Aurora was strong. After all, he was the grandson of the immortal paragon and was the son of an immortal lord. He had an extraordinary background and his shocking talent, and even though he had been sealed in the immortal palace for a long time, he still controlled the palace and everything in it that entire time. He had developed the many worlds there, and had the destined opportunities necessary to become a summer immortal that entire time. And there was little need to mention the fact that, although immortal Lord Aurora had perished, he had done it all for his son. Beyond all that, after the seal was broken, young Lord Aurora was working to carry out this unknown plan created by the immortal paragon. Xu Qing's eyes glittered brightly. "Peak summer immortal." "Before your big brother came here," immortal fairy spirit Phoenix said softly, We secretly passed through the fringes of the battlefield in the fourth star ring. While we were there, he had the opportunity to attack and kill the commander of the gods' eastern army. Her words struck Xu Qing like a tempest. After all, it suddenly made the events back on the fifth star ring battlefield much clearer. Xu Qing had previously speculated that the grindstone of flesh and blood was serving as a lamp to attract attention. He had been unsure of why exactly it was being done, but he had assumed it was something big. Now it turns out that he was right. It had been a distraction to allow someone to assassinate the commander of the Eastern Army in the fourth star ring. 1. Because of that, Goddess Starry Eyes came in person to use her bloodline innate ability to bring back that assassinated officer more quickly. That, in turn, led to the return of Spirit Jade, and Starry Eyes suffering a grievous injury. After that came the bounty on Starry Eyes and her capture at the hands of Xu Qing. Everything was connected. Those things were only the first part of the fifth star ring's plan. The chaos in the Eastern Theater became that lamp of flesh and blood. It drew the attention of the gods, who moved in large numbers, giving young Lord Aurora the opportunity he needed for the assassination. That was the first step. The death of the commander, the return of Spirit Jade, and the arrival of Starry Eyes was the second step. All of that was immortal Lord Deepgloom's attempt to probe the secrets of God Emperor Death Departure's godhood. That's why it seemed as if the entire point of the plan was to get at Starry Eyes. But at the same time, God Emperor Death Departure realized something was going on. He wanted to beat them at their own game, so he let Hai's daughter be captured, all in the hopes that when immortal Lord Deepgloom took action, he could use the bloodline powers of Hai's daughter to get details about the immortal Lord's canon. After that, they made a deal. However, given how the deal worked out, it seems that everything, going back to the very beginning, revolved around brightening the lantern of flesh and blood. If the lantern in the Eastern Theater was to distract the gods to make the assassination happen, then the arrival of Starry Eyes onto the battlefield was a distraction to target Death Departure. The deal they made was another lantern. So was my escape and the bounty the gods put on my head. All of it was to distract the gods in the fourth star ring. Plans within plans, getting more complicated the entire time. And the entire point of everything was to hide the fact that young Lord Aurora was coming here. Xu Qing's mind spun as all the puzzle pieces clicked together. Just what I would expect of a plan put in place by the immortal paragon. Xu Qing took a deep breath. He looked at young Lord Aurora, then looked over his shoulder at immortal fairy Spirit Phoenix. So what's going to happen now? She looked at her husband as he started walking toward the valley. Your big brother is going to peel the skin off this primeval motherworld. 1. The assassination was mentioned in Chapter 12:31. Chapter 12:74, Peel the Skin Off. Peel the skin off. Xu Qing had experienced a lot of things in life and had witnessed all sorts of freakish and gruish things. But the words he had just heard still struck him to the core with astonishment. His eyes shone. What style? After all, this was the primeval motherworld of the fourth star ring. To peel the skin of an entire planet like that sounded like something absolutely incredible and extremely daring. But then Xu Qing looked around and realized something seemed off. Over the past month, Xu Qing had been under the impression that all the resistance he had met was the will of the planet. But now he realized it seemed strange that there were no guardians here. The only thing here were the corpses and the source fiends. Based on my understanding, Xu Qing said, this place is extremely important to the fourth star ring. So why? Immortal fairy Spirit Phoenix smiled. First of all, it's not possible to stay on this planet for long. It constantly absorbs ring source. Also, it's a very mysterious place that few people understand. Normally speaking, you can't even get here. Though it exists, the reality is that it behaves more like a memory. In other words, it exists in the memories of the gods. Of course, that's just how we describe it using the language of cultivators. The gods perceive things differently. They emphasize what happens to the true name. Most importantly, you're only seeing the present. According to the immortal paragon, the fourth star ring's primeval motherworld, has already died dozens of times. It happened for various reasons, both intentional and accidental. But no matter how it's destroyed, the foundation of the gods isn't affected. And that's because it always reappears undamaged. And the resurrections it carries out will resume exactly in the manner they were going on before the destruction. To some extent, you can say that as long as gods exist in the fourth star ring, this planet will never disappear. And that's why the place doesn't have any sort of guardian. It doesn't need one. Xu Qing looked again at young Lord Aurora walking toward the canyon. In that case, what's the point of peeling the skin off? A complicated look appeared in the eyes of Spirit Phoenix. Looking at young Lord Aurora, she sighed. Your big brother wants to do something that his father was originally supposed to do. It's something unprecedented that only the two of them can accomplish. As her words drifted out, young Lord Aurora entered the valley. The moment he did, he performed a very strange and complicated hand sign that involved bending and twisting his fingers in a bizarre way. As he performed the hand sign, a very ancient will seemed to build up. Ripples flowed through the sky, and rumbling sounds filled the air. Xu Qing's immediate reaction was to try to memorize the hand sign. Off to the side, immortal fairy spirit Phoenix could see what he was thinking and explained. That's a legacy from the immortal paragon, a sacrificial seal. Xu Qing tried harder to memorize it. As young Lord Aurora continued with the sacrificial seal, the glaciers on either side of the valley rumbled loudly, as though an immense force were causing their foundations to move. Then, a deafening crash exploded out as the glaciers on either side collapsed. Many bronze doors were revealed. Rubble flew out everywhere as the effects spread. On either side of the canyon, the glaciers emitted sounds like groaning beasts. Massive chunks of dark ice were sent flying, revealing the pitch-black surface beneath. Dark green moonlight covered everything. The area beneath the glacier was a dark haze, within which were innumerable source fiends. Those source fiends had been born down there and lived their lives doing nothing but devouring the flesh and bones of gods. Now, they looked up at the source of the dramatic events, and they howled shrilly. The howls spread out, creating terrifying sound waves that became like the angry roar of the primeval motherworld itself. It wanted to wipe all invaders out of existence, and it quickly became an attack focused on young Lord Aurora. Seen from above, it was an amazing sight. Countless source fiends seethed in the hazy darkness, like a black tide, maddened and full of mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. Those among them who were mostly blue ice revealed terrifying strength that left Xu Qing reeling. And yet, young Lord Aurora just pushed his hand down. Instantly, a cannon very familiar to Xu Qing erupted from young Lord Aurora. It swept over the raging source fiends, and those it touched were instantly deprived of any height. They became flat, with only width and length. They were like things in a painting. Xu Qing reeled, but at the same time, his eyes were shining. It was just like the time back in the Aurora Immortal Palace when he first met young Lord Aurora. It was also like the path he had walked when he first formed his space-time and realized the direction he needed to pursue. As young Lord Aurora continued walking, he said, "Xu Qing, this is your path. I'm just borrowing it for the moment. After you achieve your Tao, you'll be the only person who can use it." As he passed, the source fiends lost their height and became flat, and like talisman paper from the yellow springs, they floated about. The source fiends could offer no resistance. They could not block his way. They could do nothing other than allow young Lord Aurora to continue to walk into their lands. In the world below the glacier, heaven had previously been the glacier itself. As young Lord Aurora descended, both of his hands pushed out in either direction. An aurora spread out from him, turning into a sea of light that spread out below, dispelling the haze and revealing all of the lands. Those lands were actually a dull purple layer of flesh-like rock. In fact, close examination would reveal that the rock was actually covered with a membrane that was very much like an epidermis. Slender tentacles spread up from it like grass reaching toward the stars. And at the end of every single one of those tentacles was a golden eye. All of the eyes were staring directly at young Lord Aurora. This was the true skin of the primeval motherworld. Xu Qing's eyes shone as he stepped forth alongside immortal fairy spirit Phoenix. At the same time, young Lord Aurora thrust his hands out, with fingers curved like clawed hooks as he shoved them toward the rock. Then he viciously yanked upward. A thunderous groan echoed out from the depths of the ground. Hands trembling, young Lord Aurora began to rip up the planet's skin, bringing broken ice chunks with it. This was peeling the skin. The ripping sound was like a furious roar. A fountain of blood filled with planetary rubble erupted, shooting up. It was like a blood rain, except instead of falling from the sky, it was rising into it. It turned into sky-obscuring, sun-blocking red clouds that spread out to replace heaven. At the same time, as the land was lifted up, the millions upon millions of golden eyes glared furiously, sending innumerable golden gazes shooting like arrows toward young Lord Aurora. As they neared, a black vortex sprang into being in the blood eye on his forehead, and it devoured all of the gazes. Next, he ripped the planetary skin upward. An intense ripping sound echoed out as two chunks of the skin rose higher. From a distance, it looked like an inverted Chinese letter character. The area involved grew larger and larger, and the ripping grew louder. Higher and higher it went, until finally it formed a relatively intact piece of skin. There it was in the dome of heaven. Wild colors flashed. And then young Lord Aurora said, "Seal the heavens. The fetal membrane becomes a world." The terrifying planetary skin writhed as it fused with the void, turning into an amber-colored fetal membrane. The gigantic embryonic skin was now the canopy of heaven in the primeval motherworld. The dark green moonlight native to the planet hit the membrane like a physical force, causing ripples to spread out. However, the light did not pierce it. Looking up from below, the fetal membrane gave a sensation of being made of flesh and blood, complete with veins and arteries that formed a star chart. And the drops of blood flowing within were the rivers of stars. At the same time, it reflected the writhing of the flesh and blood that made the lands below. Xu Qing was shaken to the core. The heaven of the primeval motherworld really had been changed. Light from outside was obscured, and the world was cast into an eternal blood-colored evening. The motherworld had really been skinned like a huge beast. As for the land, it was made of dark red muscle covered with horrifying blood vessels that leaked viscous ring source. The motherworld seemed to be twitching deep inside, causing the lands to quake. It was almost as if some ancient entity were inside, slowly waking up. Xu Qing took a deep breath, his heart pounding as he watched young Lord Aurora skin the planet. When the young lord walked forward on the exposed flesh, his shoes were covered with sticky fluid. Surrounding him were 30,000-meter-tall waves of blood that sprayed out from the conglomeration of flesh. That provided the backdrop. The motherworld seemed to call out in sadness. As countless source fiends crawled about in the blood, their cries joined in. It was a sound of unending grief and terror. As for young Lord Aurora, he seemed to be taking some measurements. Ultimately, they led him to a certain location. "This is the place." Reaching up to his forehead, he pushed his fingers down and then viciously dragged them out. A massive sword appeared, shining with silver light that drove away the color of blood. It was the sword of the immortal paragon. Young Lord Aurora didn't hesitate for a moment. He stabbed the sword viciously down into the flesh below, then began to slash the sword forward. The entire planet issued a scream of agony. More blood gushed out. The new wound spread rapidly until the planetary core was revealed. It was the planetary uterus that the primeval motherworld had used when that first god was born. "Is he?" Xu Qing said, his mind spinning as a seemingly insane notion occurred to him. "You guessed it," said immortal fairy spirit Phoenix. "Your big brother has picked this spot to reach godly ascension." Chapter 1275, Mi Ming Xu Qing. Immortal fairy spirit Phoenix's words were like a sharp blade that sliced through all of the fog and confirmed that Xu Qing's preposterous speculation was actually correct. In this very spot where the first god had been born in the fourth star ring, young Lord Aurora would attempt godly ascension. It was a level of daring unheard of in either modern times or ancient. Yet even as the fog dispelled, uncertainties occurred to Xu Qing. He had witnessed cultivators changing their Tao to that of the gods, and it was not an easy task. As his thoughts went wild, immortal fairy spirit Phoenix could see what was going on. "There are some things you don't fully understand," she said. "Years ago, when my husband first completed his ancient mirror canon, the Godbane quietly entered and contaminated it. It was only a slight contamination that my father was able to contain with his canon of secrets. However, he couldn't completely eradicate it. That was why the immortal paragon ultimately chose to seal my husband in the Aurora Immortal Palace. The immortal paragon lost his son, so when it came to dealing with his grandson, he acted selfishly for the first time ever. He didn't want to go through another loss. Therefore, he left inside my husband this trace of a god spark." When Xu Qing heard that, he immediately understood why immortal fairy spirit Phoenix had said that only immortal Lord Aurora or his son could accomplish this task. It was because, the higher the cultivation base of a cultivator, the more difficult it would become to change the course of one's life. For example, Empress Summer Departure had only been an imperial sovereign, yet even still, had required multiple ceremonies. Young Lord Aurora had a peak summer immortal cultivation base. For him to change his Tao would require an almost infinitely difficult ceremony. And yet, the infinite now had a solid foundation, and that foundation was this location, the primeval mother world. This was where the fourth star ring's first god had been born, and it met all the requirements. The personhood available was sufficient. However, though the requirements were met and the personhood was sufficient, there was still one more thing that would be required for a peak summer immortal to change Taos. And that was a god spark. It was said that a single spark could set a prairie on fire, and the god spark was exactly like that. Of course, an ordinary spark wouldn't be enough. That was why no other cultivator could do such a thing. But immortal Lord Aurora and his son were different. The immortal paragon of the fifth star ring had been infected by the Godbane thanks to the god paragon. After that, he was contaminated. That was the power that was unleashed when the god paragon's godhood was shattered. It became a boundless godly might that formed a curse. Not even someone on the level of the immortal paragon was strong enough to get rid of it. It stayed behind as a sealing mark. The immortal paragon eventually figured out a way to get rid of the mark by passing it down through his descendants until it was eventually gone. Immortal Lord Aurora lived a life of grief and pain, and he didn't want his son to experience the same thing, so he ended his own life. He succeeded by raising young Lord Aurora in a sealed environment. However, though it was technically a success, it wasn't a complete success, considering what happened afterward. And now, young Lord Aurora had selected the fourth star ring's primeval mother world as the place to use the remnant of the Godbane to change his Tao and achieve godly ascension. Xu Qing's eyes glittered brightly. He's not just aiming for godly ascension in general. He's going to become a god lord, with the personhood of the primeval mother world to become a god lord. If he succeeds, young Lord Aurora will be able to command the destiny aura of the fourth star ring. He'll be deeply connected to it. And after that, Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing as he realized what would come afterward. He could already guess why he and immortal fairy spirit Phoenix needed to be here. "We will be the anchors for him after he reaches godly ascension," he said, looking at immortal fairy spirit Phoenix. He had long since experienced the conflict between human nature and godly nature, so he knew how important an anchor would be to someone who had just developed godliness. "I'm his wife," Spirit Phoenix said, "whose destined marriage connects both past and present. And you experience the reflection of history, and in your kindness, you saved him. You also command the Aurora heaven beyond heaven, which means your karmic connection is profound. We are the only two people in existence who can be anchors for him." Young Lord Aurora sat down cross-legged in the naked flesh, his long hair glimmering in the blood-red light shining from above. He was looking at the planetary uterus that he had peeled away. A sound like a pulse crashed like thunder from inside the flesh, echoing across heaven and earth. It was the pulse of the mother world. Along with the pulse came an awakening consciousness. It was as if the planet itself was waking up. When young Lord Aurora heard the pulse and sensed the awakening, he calmly lifted his right hand, took the immortal Paragon's sword, and stabbed it into his own chest. The sword seemed to then transform into blood that he absorbed into himself. Having accomplished that, he closed his eyes and went into an incantation gesture with his left hand. At the same time, he spoke 2 words which were an ancient enchantment. Blood contract. The moment the words were spoken, heaven and earth filled with rumbling sounds. The motherworld started shaking violently, and the sensation of awakening grew more intense. Yet young Lord Aurora's expression didn't change a bit. He kept his eyes closed, and then vein lines appeared all over him. It was a network of blood vessels. The blood vessels beneath his skin were bulging up. They looked like crimson snakes encircling him. The sound of a heartbeat echoed from his chest. Some thump, some thump. It started out at a different rhythm than the pulse from the primeval motherworld. But the 2 sounds mixed together and spread throughout all heaven and earth. Young Lord Aurora took a deep breath, and then he grimaced as he threw his arms wide before slamming them onto his chest. Instantly, numerous blood vessels exploded out of his skin. They spread out all around him, a total of 36,000 of them. Each one resembled a slender tentacle, writhing about and pulsing with the aura of the immortal Paragon's sword. And then they stabbed right toward the planetary uterus. From a distance, it was an appalling sight. The primeval motherworld shook violently, and a force of rejection exploded out from the planetary uterus. But it couldn't stop the blood vessel tentacles, which stabbed right through it. The tentacles destroyed all in their path as they stabbed deep into the motherworld's planetary uterus. They viciously hit the barrier of blood and flesh and stabbed right into it. In an instant, the wailing like that of a dying beast from within the primeval motherworld grew more intense, and waves of blood surged out. It was another attempt to block young Lord Aurora's blood vessels. An instant later, even more blood vessels emerged and stabbed into the flesh. They went deep, as if looking for something. Then, they seemed to make contact with subterranean meridians, which they wrapped around to possess them. After that, the pulse from the primeval motherworld stopped. When it resumed, it gradually started to approach the same rhythm as young Lord Aurora's heartbeat. When the blood vessels had fully parasitized them, young Lord Aurora's eyes snapped open. Astonishingly, they shone with golden light like that of a god. Every breath he took caused the entire planet to spasm, and then his heartbeat synced with the pulse of the primeval motherworld. It was as if he and the motherworld had become one. Xu Qing and immortal fairy spirit Phoenix hovered in the air witnessing all of this happen, their hearts pounding. Then young Lord Aurora suddenly looked up with golden eyes to look at Xu Qing. He smiled. Given what he looked like, the smile was unusually horrifying. "Little brother, the flesh is peeled. The blood vessels are complete. Next come some things in the godly ascension ceremony that will taste unusually delicious. For instance, the memories of the primeval motherworld. Would you like to come here and sample them with me?" Eyes glittering, Xu Qing flew down. He settled down cross-legged next to young Lord Aurora atop the flesh of the primeval motherworld. Seeing that, young Lord Aurora laughed heartily. With the wave of a finger, he sent a blood vessel to hover in front of Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked at the young lord briefly, then lifted his hand and touched the blood vessel. Next, young Lord Aurora spoke in a voice that echoed through the whole world. "Planetary soul." Xu Qing's mind spun. Memories from the primeval motherworld rushed to young Lord Aurora, who used himself as the filter before sending some to Xu Qing. Xu Qing began shaking from head to toe. He saw innumerable gods and countless indescribable secrets. He saw a ring source forming a starry river, within which were true names. Endless memories surged there, filled with a terrifying aura. Meanwhile, as young Lord Aurora absorbed the memories, his soul flowed above the river. A splash disturbed the surface of the memory river as young Lord Aurora dropped his true name into it. Meng Hao. When Xu Qing saw that happen, he sensed something within the memory river, which caused a splash as 2 characters appeared. At the same time, Young Lord Aurora's voice echoed in his mind. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to leave your name? Neither your sister-in-law nor anybody else could do something like this. They don't have godliness, but you do. I realized quite a while ago that there was something fishy about you. You seem like a pure immortal, but you have a godly will hidden deep inside you. If my speculations are correct, you have another body somewhere. A god clone. That means that, like me, you can put your name here. Hurry. By putting your name here, you get to make yourself part of the 4th star ring for free. It's a good thing, heh. Xu Qing turned his astonishment into determination. Sending out his own memories, he took advantage of the help of young Lord Aurora to cause his own splash with his own name. Xu Qing. An instant later, the names Mi Ming and Xu Qing sank down into the river of true names. All right, little brother. Later on, you'll realize how beneficial this freebie is going to be. But now, your big brother is going to become a god. Young Lord Aurora's laughter rang out, and a powerful force descended onto Xu Qing, becoming something that gently extracted him from the memories of the primeval motherworld. Xu Qing opened his eyes and quickly backed away, returning to where he had been before. Terrifying fluctuations were now rolling out from young Lord Aurora. The entire primeval motherworld was shaking violently as complex striations appeared on it. They matched the veins on young Lord Aurora. The young lord's aura surged, and the mutagen of a god began to appear. Godly will shook heaven and earth. Young Lord Aurora slowly opened his eyes. In his right eye was visible a shrunken planetary system, while in his left eye was universal lightning. Both were golden. He slowly stood. With the millions and millions of blood vessel tentacles writhing about, it made a sight both gruish and holy. He had become a peak true god. One, young Lord Aurora's name, Mi Ming, was introduced in Chapter 1165 along with a rather lengthy explanation backstory. In short, the name means seeking brightness, and the second character Ming Chinese letter has the characters for Sun Chinese letter and Moon Chinese letter in it. Chapter 1276, The Demise of Myriad Gods. Xu Qing had seen many gods. He had even seen a few true gods. However, he had never seen anything like young Lord Aurora as he stood there on the primeval motherworld, emanating such mightiness. The mutagen was extremely strong and terrifyingly active, causing all surrounding things to ripple and distort. Hai's godly will was like a sharp blade that caused heavenly bodies to tremble and universes to vibrate. What was more, the holy, golden light emanating off him was equally impressive. At the same time, Hai's form was changing. Black crystals spread out across Hai's chest, becoming like a suit of scale armor. And upon the crystals were complex and ancient designs. The designs formed a network like a star chart, every part of which pulsed with an astonishing godly will. Astonishingly, if one looked closely, it would become clear that the lines which made the design were actually Hai's true name. From within the design stretched a dense host of blood vessels that connected to the primeval motherworld. As young Lord Aurora rose to Hai's feet, it looked like he was actually an integral part of the motherworld. The land of flesh around him churned. With the planetary skin to serve as heaven and blood raining down, all heaven and earth was crimson, serving as the perfect complement to him. The anguished howls of the motherworld formed part of the background. As for the rise and fall of the surrounding lands, they corresponded to young Lord Aurora's breathing. It was the same with the pulsing of the subterranean meridians. Taken altogether, everything became Hai's terrifying personhood. It was not merely the personhood of a peak true god. There was also the presence of the true name, the connection to the primeval motherworld, and even more deeply, the spark formed by the godbane. This personhood could step through the doorway of something truly paramount. A personhood like this would have a profound impact on the surrounding world. Even when just barely sensing it, Xu Qing felt that familiar sensation of his fleshly body being a separate entity that wanted to split away from him. After his cultivation base reached a certain level in the past, he had ceased to ever experience that sensation. But now, in the presence of young Lord Aurora, he felt his breathing becoming unstable. His body felt like it was being ripped apart, and his eyeballs seemed to swivel of their own accord. Though he was able to forcefully suppress such effects, the infection of a god that he was experiencing caused something like chanting to explode in his ears. The chanting of a godly voice filled every part of him, turning into distortions and madness that wanted to destroy all life. At that moment of crisis, Xu Qing unleashed all of the ring source he had to suppress the abnormalities. Those abnormalities became a destructive, unstoppable tempest that threatened to wipe away all forms of resistance within him. But then a voice spoke into Xu Qing's soul. It was a godly voice that came from himself and from his own true name from earlier. Xu Qing. The sound caused a tremor to pass through him. His eyes instantly became clear, and all the abnormalities within him instantly calmed down. A strange connection to the fourth star ring appeared with his soul. He took a deep breath and looked at immortal fairy spirit Phoenix at his side. A bubble had appeared, surrounding her and cutting her off from the outside. Her gaze was fixed solely on young Lord Aurora below. She was his wife, and she was also the daughter of Nineshores, so it was only natural that she would have special protections in situations like this. However, after Xu Qing sensed the nature of the bubble, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. The aura of the immortal paragon. Even as he studied the bubble, immortal fairy spirit Phoenix suddenly said, "My husband's human nature is disappearing." Hearing that caused Xu Qing's attention to instantly shift to young Lord Aurora. Young Lord Aurora stood on the planetary uterus, black crystals spreading out over him, godly might surging and cold apathy filling Hai's eyes. Hai's human nature was rapidly fading away, while Hai's godly nature was quickly filling him up. It seemed just on the verge of completely overwhelming him. That was when immortal fairy spirit Phoenix produced a certain object. It was a golden plaque that seemed to pulse with ancient time. Written in calligraphy as flamboyant as dancing dragons and swirling phoenixes were some words. Two families are now united in marriage by this covenant that never ends. And thus, the agreement is confirmed. Every word seemed to contain life force. It was canon. It was law. And it came from immortal Lord Aurora. This item was the marriage contract between immortal fairy spirit Phoenix and young Lord Aurora. As soon as it appeared, karma created a pulling force like a powerful anchor. The words on the plaque glittered, full of the blessings of immortal Lord Aurora. And then the plaque floated through the air toward the young lord. As it neared, a connection sprang into being. Young Lord Aurora shivered, and the cold apathy that had been flooding Hai's eyes suddenly stopped. Two names flew off of the marriage contract. They were the names of immortal fairy spirit Phoenix and young Lord Aurora, and as they flew forth and merged into him, the coldness and apathy showed signs of melting. Upon seeing that, Xu Qing waved his hand, causing his immortal embryo to appear. Within it, the Aurora Immortal Palace rose up, turning into his own karma, which in turn provided another anchor. It connected with young Lord Aurora. Gods were without emotions. Of course, that was not an absolute. Normally speaking, Preheaven gods were all like that, although there were exceptions. For example, goddess Starry Eyes had developed emotions because of unique outside influences. As for post-heaven gods, they would usually experience a complete transformation. However, emotions still existed in their memories, and whenever they recalled the past, it would result in slight fluctuations. However, they were little more than fluctuations. The exception was when some gods, before transforming, buried obsessions deep inside. Then, if the fluctuations became strong enough, the importance of an anchor would become manifest. Anchors were more often used to reawaken human nature, but even more than that, to affix human nature permanently in place. They could make human nature like a towering reef that would remain no matter what huge waves smashed against it. Right now, the marriage contract and the Aurora Immortal Palace tugged at young Lord Aurora, causing the cold apathy in Hai's eyes to melt away. Human nature did not disappear. Looking around, young Lord Aurora murmured, "So this is what it feels like to transform from being an immortal into a god." To Hai's eyes, the world looked different now. It was withered, feeble, dirty, and chaotic. Everything about the past didn't seem important now. What was precious before became distracting. Even the most important people were like dust. The only thing worth pursuing in life was the elevation of one's own life force, and anything that got in the way of that should be destroyed. It didn't matter who the obstructor was. Except, young Lord Aurora's gaze fell on immortal fairy spirit Phoenix and Xu Qing. Those two people were like threads connected to him, guiding Hai's thoughts and becoming exceptions. They were like two burning fires in Hai's life, lamps that could lead him back home. "No problem, I'm fine." Young Lord Aurora smiled at immortal fairy spirit Phoenix and Xu Qing. It looked as if he was working hard to rekindle emotion. "I remember. I know what I have to do next." Reaching up with Hai's crystal-covered right hand, he made a slashing motion toward the canopy of heaven. Huge rifts opened up in the air, and deep inside of them was primal chaos that didn't come from this dimension. Xu Qing's pupils constricted as he realized that, on the other side of the rifts were countless chains of karma, crumbling and reforming. Turbulence struck all the natural and magical laws, as if a pair of unseen hands were rewriting the rules of logic that governed the star ring. Then young Lord Aurora spoke in a calm voice that echoed like thunder. "Godhood assemble." The entire primeval motherworld shook violently. Millions upon millions of streams of golden light erupted from the subterranean meridians, like an inverted river of stars. The air screamed as it was overwhelmed. Countless blood-red bolts of lightning shattered the surface of the planetary skin, turning everything red. Striations that defied description spread out from the motherworld to fill the space-time memories. Where they spread, innumerable heavenly bodies were affected and were extinguished like candles. At the same time, the force of attraction from the fourth star ring distorted and was thrown into chaos. All planetary regions, all universes, all star domains, and countless other orbiting objects shifted. The entire structure of the star ring was forcibly distorted due to the movement of young Lord Aurora's hand. What was influenced the most dramatically, though, were the memories of all the gods in the fourth star ring. The primeval motherworld existed in a place between illusion and reality, and was part of the memories of all gods in the fourth star ring. Therefore, whatever happened to the primeval motherworld would affect those memories. At the moment, countless gods shivered within Thair temples. The instinct to prostrate erupted from Thair god souls. In a temple in the extreme north of the fourth star ring, in a god kingdom that had parasitized that area, a sacrifice was underway. There was a species of godfolk there called the Star Spirits, who were currently peering deeply into the memories of the fourth star ring. All of a sudden, they descended into madness and started withering up. The god kingdom was eradicated and turned into ruins. Within those ruins, the corpses of their species crumbled into dust, leaving behind only paltry golden eyeballs that fell to the ground. Within those eyeballs were the scattered remnants of what they had been looking at. It was a godly figure covered in an endless aurora, who was being coronated with a crown made of a black singularity. In the western star systems of the fourth star ring, there was one particular galaxy that had been woven into the shape of a bell. Seated cross-legged in front of it was a god. The god seemed minuscule compared to the bell. However, floating around that god were countless star charts, all of them in constant motion. A tremor passed through the god, and blood started oozing out of Hai's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The star charts around him suddenly exploded. Hai's eyes snapped open, Hai's pupils constricting as he realized that he was withering rapidly. The demise of myriad gods. Is that the sign of a true god being born? No, this can't be. This is, some terrifying entity is stealing the paramount authority. The god trembled as he withered into nothing. Then, using the last scrap of energy he had in him, he rang the bell. The sound of a tolling bell swept through the entire fourth star ring. In the east of the fourth star ring was the Temple of Eternal Silence, part of the Wisdom Heights God Kingdom, which was responsible for weaving fate. All of a sudden, it erupted with golden light. Inside of the temple were the statues of many gods, whose eyes snapped open. Expressions of shock appeared on their faces, but before any of them could say a word, they crumbled into ashes. The webs of fate that they had been weaving for countless millions and millions of years collapsed into nothing. All of those things were only the tip of the iceberg. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere in the fourth star ring. Chapter 1277, Lingering Tribulation from Eminent Desolation. In the depths of space was a location where a rift existed in the void of the fourth star ring. It was a huge location, equal in size to many universes, surrounded by endless crimson dust. This was one of the 4 great forbidden regions of the fourth star ring. From ancient times until now, hardly anyone had ever been there. Of the gods who died inside, not one had ever returned. Now, as the bell tolled, and as dramatic events played out on the primeval motherworld, that forbidden region stirred. In its depths, where few gods ever visited, there was an altar made from a huge pile of god bones, within which crawled a host of vicious worms. Atop the bone altar was a bronze coffin surrounded by a swirling mist of primal chaos. Innumerable god chains stretched out from the void to lock the coffin in place. When the tempest struck the sea of memories outside, the chains swayed, and the coffin exploded open. Inside the coffin was a corpse that had been slumbering for millions upon millions of years. The corpse sat up. As he did, the entire forbidden region quaked. Countless godly striations appeared, which were there to suppress the corpse. The corpse ignored the godly striations and instead spoke in a raspy, laughing voice. God Paragon Nanki, your authority of fate, is currently being stolen. Years ago, you were like one of these god-eating worms that devoured some of Eminent Desolation's authority when he was undergoing tribulation. Well, I suppose I'll just suppress you again. As the words left Hai's mouth, godhood in the form of a blinding blood-red light shot out from Hai's rotten chest. It spread out through the chains, causing all of them to crumble. This person walked the Tao of immortals to the point of equaling us, and now, it seems, he used Eminent Desolation's karma to conceal your fate and omniscience. A very clever and interesting plan. As the rotten expressions of God-tongue echoed out, countless god-eating worms around the coffin were vaporized. An instant later, the godly striations in the forbidden region flowed toward the god like rivers, completely covering the god and crushing down. The coffin that had exploded appeared again. The chains formed once more. The body of the god was once again sealed inside the coffin. However, laughter still echoed out, drifting from the coffin and speaking one last time. The godly voice said, I see fate can be broken, but constants must be respected. 1. There were a certain number of god kingdoms in the fourth star ring. Any true god who formed a god domain could create a personal god kingdom. Above the god kingdom was the god dynasty. The fourth star ring had 12 god lords, so by extension, it had 12 god dynasties. Above the god dynasty was the god court, which in the fourth star ring belonged to the most paramount of all entities, the god paragon. Within the 12 god dynasties were the terrifying streams of divine will belonging to the god lords, emanating from the divine likenesses in their various palaces. That divine will spread out into the fourth star ring and was deeply part of the sea of memories. That said, the god lords would not just take action. They were paying attention to what was happening on the primeval motherworld and the unique god lord there. The god court had remained silent the entire time. The god paragon had not issued any orders. It wasn't out of the ordinary. It was when the tolling of the bell exceeded 9 breaths of time that something happened. One of the 12 god dynasties was the Eternal Dynasty. On the paramount throne of that dynasty was a figure who defied description. Hai's shape constantly changed. In one moment he looked human, sometimes male or female, sometimes young or old. He could look like any living being. He might look like a non-human of any variety, including those who currently did exist, or those who had long since been destroyed in the past. In one instant, he would look like a god with terrifying godly might. In the next instant, he would represent death and would reveal an infinitude of dead states. All shapes and forms shifted back and forth constantly. That was why it was correct to say that he defied description. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes. When he did, Hai's form stopped shifting and remained as it did when he opened Hai's eyes. He looked like a golden stone golem. He was one of the 12 God Emperors of the 4th Star Ring. He was God Emperor Eternal. He had started out as a mere god-slave of the God Paragon, one of many, but had risen on Hai's own merits to the level of God Lord. The other God Lords could sit around and watch, but given Hai's background and mission, after holding back temporarily, he looked at the golden sphere of light that represented the essence of the God dynasty. The glowing sphere was dimming. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, lifted Hai's right hand, and snapped Hai's fingers. A force powerful enough to crush all obstacles surged forth, ripping open the sea of memories that existed between illusion and reality. Next, 72 eternal God decrees became shining streams of light that pierced through the void. Stop him. The birth of a new emperor will disrupt the balance. Outside of the primeval mother world, beyond the space-time rift, where the memories of the gods existed, mysterious green starlight suddenly lurched and then began to congregate. Gradually, it turned into numerous green doors of mysterious light. The doors slammed open. Out of them emerged the true gods who had just received orders from God Emperor Eternal. They shot directly toward the primeval motherworld. To their eyes, the motherworld seemed to have an external shell covering it. It was the skin of the motherworld, which young Lord Aurora had peeled off and put above the flesh and blood of the planet to form a new heaven. Their mission was to break open that planetary skin and stop what was happening on the primeval motherworld. These true gods were on a mission, and as they neared, their godly might surged, causing a host of massive godly magics to shoot forth. Unfortunately for them, the skin of the primeval motherworld automatically absorbed Ring Source. That was, in fact, one of the reasons why young Lord Aurora had put it in place, to serve as the first line of defense. It didn't matter how the true gods launched attacks, the skin just couldn't be pierced so quickly. All that resulted was some loud rumbling sounds. Xu Qing and immortal fairy spirit Phoenix heard them. Xu Qing quickly suppressed the astonishment in his heart and looked up at the blood-red planetary skin that was the sky. There was a bulge in it, and it was dripping blood, but the defensive properties were stupefying. At the same time, young Lord Aurora, who was in the middle of rising to the level of God Lord, currently had an irregularly shaped crimson crystal hovering in front of him. Maybe it was the color of fresh blood, or maybe it was the color of his aurora. What was more, it actually resembled the surface of a mirror. There was something incredibly holy about it, but it also emanated terrifying might. It looked like some sort of amazing gem. It was godhood. Or, to be more precise, it was a bit of godhood. He was currently absorbing power from all the gods in the 4th Star Ring, and was rapidly growing as he rewrote the rules of logic. Looking at the godhood, young Lord Aurora spoke in a voice that caused magical laws to tremble. It's still not enough. Spacetime cracked like glass. Then he looked up into the dome of heaven, and Hai's pupils contained 12 spinning golden halos. I need more nutrients. The countless blood vessels stretching out behind him writhed. Using the primeval motherworld as the medium, he sent them deep into the god's sea of memories, and through that sea into all of the countless living beings in the 4th Star Ring. In the shortest of moments, the sea of memories was covered in waves, and as young Lord Aurora breathed in deeply, he connected to the countless worlds out in the many heavens. As a result, countless gods in the 4th Star Ring were shaking uncontrollably as they sensed ultimate supremacy calling out to. The majority withered into nothing but golden motes of light that rose from millions upon millions of planets, forming a starry river that flowed toward the primeval motherworld. They passed through the planetary skin. There, they became like crazed mutterings that flowed directly into young Lord Aurora. As a result, the godhood began to materialize even faster. Xu Qing watched, his heart pounding as he thought about the things he and his eldest brother had done in the past. Whether it was becoming fathers to a heavenly Tao or plotting against Crimson Mother. With the exception of the time They got some flesh and blood from the broken face. Nothing could possibly compare to this. The scope involved was astonishing. An even bigger bulge appeared in the planetary skin, as if some terrifying outside force were trying to break in. Upon seeing that, Xu Qing circulated his cultivation base. His immortal embryo appeared behind him, and his iron skewer hovered next to him. It was even possible to see overlapping space-time all around him. His soul rippled with the power of his true name as he instinctively prepared to fly up and serve as a Tao protector for young Lord Aurora. However, immortal fairy spirit Phoenix reached out to stop him. Looking calm, she softly said, "Your big brother doesn't need us to protect him. He said in the past that only weaklings need Tao protectors. He doesn't need that. The most important thing for us is to serve as the anchors. Don't let anything beyond that affect us." Xu Qing couldn't help but sigh at how daring young Lord Aurora was being. He nodded. Outside of the planetary skin, behind the true gods, there were 49 enormous figures, which were gods the size of planets who bore 49 divine likenesses on their backs as they approached through the sea of memories. The statues on their backs were all different, but the godly might they exuded was the same variety. They all served the same God Lord, specifically, God Emperor Eternal. As they neared the primeval motherworld, the true gods parted. And then the 49 huge gods roared, all while the statues on their backs erupted with the might of a god lord. The statues collapsed, turning into 49 ancient golden spears of stone. Pulsing with terrifying auras, they shot right toward the primeval motherworld's skin. They made contact. The planetary skin trembled and couldn't hold strong. After only a few breaths of time passed, it was pierced through. 49 spears penetrated the planetary skin and shot toward young Lord Aurora. As Xu Qing looked on intently, young Lord Aurora, who was in the middle of converging godhood, looked up. A vertical eye opened up on Hai's forehead. It was something that came during the process of forming godhood. By using 96,000 true names, it was possible to form an eye of omniscience. "You don't dare come personally. Instead, you're probing me. It's very disruptive." An apathetic, godly voice echoed through the cosmos, causing the 49 golden stone spears to shiver, then crumble as if they were being peeled apart. In the face of young Lord Aurora's personhood, the God Lord power within them shattered. Rubble of magical laws showered in every direction. The flesh and blood of the mother world devoured it, turning it into ring source for young Lord Aurora. The godhood surged. "Got any more?" young Lord Aurora said, licking his lips. After all, the crimson godhood was not yet complete. In chapter 1044, there was a big explanation about constants and variables in regards to fate. For the best refresher, go back and reread that section on your own. In a nutshell, constants are possible outcomes that already exist, while variables are things that do not exist within the prescribed possible outcomes. Chapter 1278, God Lord Miming. At the same time, as young Lord Aurora's words rang out, a huge eye appeared outside the space-time rift above the opening torn in the planetary skin. The eye was holy and immense. The pupil was a golden vortex that devoured starlight, while the iris was made of silver lightning bolts. It was astonishing to behold. The projections of innumerable heavenly bodies were visible in it, as if it contained infinite universes and unending star domains. Silver rivers surged past the eyelids, causing the void to boil like mercury. And the eye was peering through the space-time rift to look at what was happening on the primeval motherworld. As he looked on, the void that contained the primeval motherworld started to collapse. The damaged planetary skin shattered like glass. The magical laws within it collapsed, becoming pure ring source. It wasn't just the planetary skin. The rest of the primeval motherworld reacted the same, as did the power of all the gods that was flowing to young Lord Aurora's godhood. The eye began to absorb all of it. It was as if this eye was a vortex that could devour all things. Everything the eye looked at became nothing but motes of light. He was taking all of the nutrients young Lord Aurora needed, while also erasing young Lord Aurora's future. The light of the pupil swirled, and astonishingly, the images of young Lord Aurora's future appeared therein. Some of the images were smashed to pieces by the gaze, while others were used to give the holy vision even greater power. Whatever timeline was involved, it seemed as if the eye could prevent it from happening. This was God Emperor Eternal's response to young Lord Aurora. The entire primeval motherworld shook violently. The planetary skin withered and crumbled. Blood rain poured down like a silver river. Even the color of the motherworld was being extracted, leaving it pale white. Space rippled. Time cracked. Dust collapsed, causing countless dazzling nebulas to form and dissipate. Everything was being subverted by the gaze of God Emperor Eternal. Xu Qing's soul was already showing signs of collapsing into destruction, but his true name proved its effectiveness, making him like a little boat struggling on the surface of the ocean during a storm. Next to him, immortal fairy spirit Phoenix's face was pale. Then, a mighty figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, blocking them from the gaze from beyond the heavens. "Just what I would expect of a god lord," a calm voice said. It was young Lord Aurora, who was standing protectively in front of Xu Qing and Spirit Phoenix. He met the gaze of God Emperor Eternal. When the two gazes made contact, the black crystals covering the young lord vibrated, and cracks started spreading across them. It looked like they would start collapsing at any moment. The ring source within him temporarily went still. It was as if all the stardust in heaven had collapsed into the godly voice that echoed in Hai's soul, and every bit of sound was devouring Hai's god soul. "That's what I'm talking about," young Lord Aurora said. He laughed, and innumerable blood-red incantation symbols appeared in the vertical eye on Hai's forehead. All of them emitted deafening, rumbling sounds. Next, young Lord Aurora extended Hai's right hand and made a scooping gesture. Astonishingly, he scooped the eye out of his forehead and then flew it up toward the direction of the sky. A never-ending aurora erupted out like the tide. It shot up into the canopy of heaven. Xu Qing observed it all, struggling to breathe steadily. He hadn't noticed anything unusual about the eye earlier, but now that it was flying upward and sending out the auroras, he recognized it. It was the gaze of immortal Lord Aurora. That eye was a remnant of immortal Lord Aurora. Put most precisely, it was immortal Lord Aurora's eye, which he had left to his son because it contained his canon. As the eye brought forth the aurora, the dome of heaven over the primeval motherworld rippled as it became a flowing, jade-like ocean. It wasn't just red. Tens of thousands of multicolored bands of light were like splashes of ink. They made a waterfall of indigo, reddish-purple, and silver-white that surged out with great vigor. The colors intertwined and spread. From outside of the primeval motherworld, it looked crystalline and semi-transparent. Every inch of the protective shield danced with a glow that could eradicate god souls. Even higher, it was just barely possible to see the illusory projection of an enormous eye that stared into the space-time rift toward the eye of God Emperor Eternal. The two gazes met. Intense rumbling echoed out. A muffled grunt drifted out from the space-time rift. Profound magical symbols appeared within the jade-like canopy of light, along with veins of light, within which danced flowing sparks of blue electricity. It was like a prismatic beast that had devoured innumerable living things, and it was blocking the gaze of God Emperor Eternal. It even proliferated into multicolored butterflies made of light particles. The light butterflies of Ring Source spread through the aurora, filling the sky with their fluttering wings and moving at top speed toward the space-time rift. They completely and fully blocked the gaze of God Emperor Eternal. They stopped all of Hai's absorption efforts and prevented him from interfering. All of the interference that had turned things around had ended. Everything went back on course. The scattered godly might become ripples in the spectrum of the aurora. The boundless aurora was creating a splendid totemic design in the canopy of heaven. In life, the owner of this canon had struggled to endure the torment of losing a wife and son, and had longed to die. After death, he would offer protection. Everything shook. All of the true gods in the vicinity of the primeval motherworld felt a deep, instinctive drive to retreat. The eye in the space-time rift dimmed, having been overwhelmed by the butterflies of light. The only thing left behind beneath the aurora covering the mother world was the godhood power gathering at that critical moment. It was erupting. From the viewpoint of Xu Qing and immortal fairy spirit Phoenix, as of this moment, young Lord Aurora's godhood glowed with unprecedented brightness. The black crystals covering him devoured all light rays, and each scale of the armor filled with more and more of the true name designs. Several breaths of time passed in which the true name designs continued to build toward completion. And then, they started moving like living things. They gathered at the chest, where they became a spinning golden vortex. Within the vortex, golden threads moved casually, spreading out before him to connect to the blood-red godhood. The rapidly forming godhood also contained designs that were the same as those on young Lord Aurora. Every part thrummed with astonishing power that could destroy heaven and earth. As the golden threads connected to the godhood, young Lord Aurora's appearance gradually became less and less like that of a cultivator. He grew taller and more holy, and what was more, there was a will building within him that defied description. Especially noteworthy was that Hai's spine seemed like a string that connected the illusory and real dimensions, every thrum of which formed a resonance with the star ring. It became a godly voice that filled the star ring. Godhood form. The godhood in front of him shone with dazzling light. As it became complete, heaven and earth trembled, the universe shook, the star domain vibrated, and the entire fourth star ring filled with shock waves. All beings shook, all gods shivered with fear. The sea of memories was covered with boundless, huge waves. The ring source everywhere turned into a mountain-toppling, sea-draining tide that flowed in reverse. In an area that was millions upon millions of light years, all stellar systems seemed to be sucked into a vortex that was dragged toward the primeval motherworld. The entire fourth star ring was falling into gloom. The influence was so massive that gods and other star rings noticed what was happening and unleashed godly might to investigate. With the darkness of the fourth star ring, only the primeval motherworld shone with light, and it was a scarlet light that came from young Lord Aurora's godhood. It was a cube made of crimson magical symbols, each surface like a mirror that reflected the ultimate fate of all the civilizations of all the gods and living beings in the fourth star ring. It was authority of fate. Put most precisely, it was something like the mirror canon, specifically, fate stolen from the god Paragon. Immortal fairy spirit Phoenix looked at the godhood, alarm in her eyes. She knew that the most critical moment was coming. Next to her, Xu Qing looked at the fate on the godhood and was stunned. That's Eminent Desolation's godly authority. At that moment, enlightenment hit him. Right when young Lord Aurora's godhood finished forming, something happened in the depths of the fourth star ring, in the forbidden region surrounded by crimson dust. On the altar of god bones and tiny bugs was the bronze coffin of primal chaos fog secured by countless chains. Raspy laughter echoed out from the coffin. Now I get it. Nanki, you really were worthy to steal godly authority from Eminent Desolation. Maybe you did seal me here up until now, but it has to be said that you are no simpleton. Had you detected earlier that this would happen, you would have stopped it. But that immortal who has risen to our level borrowed Eminent Desolation's karma to cover your fate and omniscience, and thus it happened before you sensed it. You could have corrected the matter, but chose to let it go. And that is because this is also an opportunity for you. You want to use this opportunity to have all of the gods of the fourth star ring substitute for you in suffering the lingering tribulation of Eminent Desolation. You have been preparing for this moment ever since you took away Eminent Desolation's karma and authority and accepted that tribulation. I just wonder what your subordinate god emperors are thinking right now. The laughter grew louder and louder. Elsewhere in the darkened fourth star ring, in the 12 god dynasties, all of the god emperors were silent. They could see the karma and understood everything. Slowly, Thay looked up at the most paramount god court in the fourth star ring. Even God Emperor Eternal slowly closed Hai's eyes and gathered Hai's senses. Except the god Paragon in the paramount god court, even now, did not react. In the fifth star ring, space-time was astir. All living beings could sense it. The immortal paragon was on the move forward. In his left hand was the reflection of the scene when his son, immortal Lord Aurora, ascended the throne and took command of Destiny Aura. In his right hand were 1,000 years that had been erased starting on that day. The time has come, 1279, Aurora Epic. In the fourth star ring, on the primeval motherworld's lands of flesh and blood, young Lord Aurora had fully become a god and had cast aside the fleshly body of a cultivator. He slowly looked up. As he stood there, Hai's state was almost indescribable. Hai's spine, which was connected to other illusory dimensions, quivered, as if every breath he took tapped into the power of the star ring itself. As Xu Qing, an immortal fairy spirit phoenix, looked at the young lord in the state, it created an instant and very deep impression on them. One look, and they would never forget the sight. In fact, it was almost impossible for them to truly grasp what they were seeing. It was as if this level of personhood was too high, making it impossible for bystanders to visually process the true structure of what they were seeing. And if someone tried to forcefully perceive that structure, it could easily lead to a mental collapse. It was like directly looking at fate, and fate could not be fathomed. As for the aura on display, it shook heaven and earth, filling all living beings with the urge to prostrate in worship. Xu Qing's heart pounded as he stood there. Though he was present with an immortal body, he did have the body of a god back in the revered ancient mainland. And that god clone, having been made from the flesh and blood of eminent desolation, contained the concept of fate. What was more, he had wielded a carving knife of fate made from godly authority, and as such, his god clone had a good understanding of fate. Because of those things, Xu Qing experienced sudden enlightenment. Now he knew why the immortal paragon had wanted him present. Also, he could sense that the reason young Lord Aurora had succeeded in becoming a god and developing godhood came down to something very familiar. Eminent desolation. Even as he thought that, young Lord Aurora's voice echoed out in all directions, just like the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound that existed when the fourth star ring was first formed. Every soul within fate is a seemingly simple, but actually complex entity within multidimensional space. It is a variable constrained by the laws of karma, and a fantastic attractor that can surpass the borders of primal chaos. In reality, a true god of fate merely wields a pickaxe to excavate the vein of ore known as perception in order to hew out a new version of the self that is full of radiance and light. All living beings, all inanimate objects, all cultivators, and all gods can be considered their own god of fate. The first sentence came out of the mouth of young Lord Aurora. Adds by Pobrev. But then the entire primeval motherworld trembled. The lands of flesh and blood grew new skin, new plants, new living beings, and even rivers and seas. Living beings and inanimate objects proliferated. In the shortest of times, the primeval motherworld became a flourishing planet. As young Lord Aurora continued to speak, life turned into civilization, as if the motherworld had just passed through countless years of time. This was one utterance birthing myriad things. The thrum of the subterranean meridians echoed within the life force of all things. That sound no longer formed a resonance with young Lord Aurora, but rather was catering to him. It was catering to young Lord Aurora. Outside of the primeval motherworld, the true gods who had come to offer resistance now began to tremble. The disparity with their own providence gave them no other choice but to bow their heads toward the primeval motherworld, and then drop to their knees and kowtow to young Lord Aurora. It wasn't just them. As young Lord Aurora rose to the level of a god lord, and as Hai's godly voice echoed out, nearly 99% of gods in the fourth star ring instinctively prostrated on the spot. It was the same among the statues in the temples who led the various godfolk, and even in the god kingdoms. Everywhere in the fourth star ring, gods prostrated toward that starlight that had appeared in the darkness. At first, the light was only a bit here and there, but then it spread, ultimately becoming boundless and endless. It was like the stars were being relit. This was what happened when a god lord was born. This was how valuable a god lord was to a star ring, and how much support such a god received. God lords were doted on by the star ring. Right now, as the fourth star ring was being lighted up again, it trembled as its brightness eventually surpassed anything from before. At the same time on the primeval mother world, young Lord Aurora, who had brought about all of this, looked up at immortal fairy spirit Phoenix. Hai's eyes were cold and apathetic, without any emotion at all. That gaze caused immortal fairy spirit Phoenix to shiver. The marriage contract in front of her seemed to fade, as if all the color were draining out of it. Even the words on it were starting to disappear. "Husband," she said, her voice trembling. Young Lord Aurora nodded. "I'm fine. I haven't lost the past. My emotions have become dull and things have lost their color, but I haven't forgotten about my mission." As that godly voice drifted down, heaven and earth filled with never-ending lightning bolts. Intense rumbling echoed out as young Lord Aurora's gaze next fell onto Xu Qing. "Xu Qing, do you remember the moment in that reflection of history when my father ascended the throne?" Xu Qing suddenly looked up at the young lord. "I came here to the fourth star ring," young Lord Aurora continued, "to borrow the flesh and blood of the primeval mother world and the karma of the very first god born here, as well as the scrap of the god spark within me, to change my Tao to that of a fourth star ring god. This was the decision of predestination and the arrangement of fate." Young Lord Aurora began to rise up into the dome of heaven. Behind him stretched numerous blood vessels through which pulsed golden blood, and they seemed to support him as he rose into the sky. "After becoming a god here on the fourth star ring's primeval mother world, I then rose to the level of God Lord. I am hereby a part of the network of gods in the fourth star ring, and by catalyzing the god spark, I can seize the paramount godly authority of the god paragon and make it my fate. Today, the Tao resonance has risen, and the hour has come. Next, it's time to restore the sun and moon." 1. As young Lord Aurora floated up in midair, golden light shone out in all directions, almost as if he had become this planet's sun. Light erupted everywhere. In the fifth star ring, an old man strode through the void clad in a rough hemp robe and hemp sandals. He suddenly stopped in place. He looked up and in the direction of the primeval mother world in the fourth star ring. He slowly spread his arms. Within his left hand, the image of the fate of his son, immortal Lord Aurora, ascending the throne, glittered with crystalline light that fused with the void. In his right hand was the 1,000 years of time that had been erased starting on that day. It flew out, becoming time sand that re-entered the world. 1,000 years ago, on the day when immortal Lord Aurora was to succeed immortal Lord Nineshores, he instead chose to rebel and end things. It was his son's wedding day, and was also the day he was to ascend the throne and take command of the fifth star ring. Dramatic events had unfolded, but had they not, then the fifth star ring would have entered his epic. But instead, he chose to rebel. After that, the immortal paragon personally killed his own son. In order to prevent anyone from remembering that karma, he and immortal Lord Nineshores had used their canon to cover things up for 1,000 years. And the immortal paragon had personally taken that karma upon himself. Back then, immortal Lord Nineshores had continued to rule the fifth star ring. His time in office had been extended by 1,000 years. Today was the last day of that 1,000-year period. This moment was the last moment of that 1,000-year period. As the Tao resonance echoed in the fifth star ring, and a new day arrived, the immortal paragon sent that 1,000 years of karma back into the star ring. The entire fifth star ring trembled. In the Tao palace in the Nineshores, heaven beyond heaven, immortal Lord Nineshores sat in his palace looking out, a smile on his face. He seemed to be relaxing. "I hope," he murmured, "you turn out to be more outstanding than your father or even your grandfather." With that, he reached up toward the crown of the epic on his head, which contained the destiny aura of the entire fifth star ring. Slowly but surely, he took it off and returned it to the star ring. As the fifth star ring trembled under the Tao resonance, countless planets, universes, star domains, and all of the heavens beyond heaven filled with unprecedented levels of destiny aura, and all of them rushed to meet their new lord. It was as if time had gone backward to that day, 1,000 years ago, when immortal Lord Aurora took the throne. Back then, immortal Lord Aurora had failed to take the throne. But today, his son Mi Ming was restoring the sun and the moon, and thus taking over his father's position. The Aurora epic was officially beginning. 1. Here he uses the separate characters for SUN Chinese letter and MOON Chinese letter, which, when combined, make the character Ming Chinese letter from his name. Also, there was a specific reason for that name. For details, you can go back to chapter 1164. Chapter 1280, an empty past, a distinct present. The old man in the hemp, sandals in the fifth star ring watched as the dusty light from his hands rose up and disappeared. Memories of the past seemed to flit through his eyes. They were memories of the life of his son, Aurora. They ended with Aurora's bitter smile as he begged to die. The old man's eyes filled with a brilliant light, and he began to pulse with an indescribable pressure. As a result, the void around him seemed to fill with bubbles. They contained life, death, and reincarnation. They contained beginnings and destructions, and they all stitched together to form what seemed to be a fairy tale that was very nearly true and real. The old man reached out with his right hand to grasp the fairy tale. He was going to take the figures from within the memories and extract them through time. He would bring out the illusion and make the fairy tale real. They could become real in an instant. The bubbles trembled as various versions of immortal Lord Aurora appeared. Guided by the old man, the bubbles converged. As they did, the fluctuations that had filled the fifth star ring ceased. Then, for some reason unknown to them, all living beings and all inanimate objects in the star ring began to tremble. Something unspeakably terrifying was coming to life in the fifth star ring. It was as if some mysterious thing that had been sealed for millions upon millions of years was on the verge of being released. The old man's hand faltered. Ultimately, he lowered his hand, and the image of immortal Lord Aurora that had been about to form once again faded away. The ripples left the fifth star ring. Everything went back to how they had been before. The old man closed his eyes. In the end, he sighed with regret and pain. "I can't bring you back," he murmured, looking at the palms of his hands. "Just give me some more time. What's happening now is what you always wanted to see." Ads by Pobrev. He lifted his hands again. This time, he did not summon anything. Instead, he shoved his hands in the direction of the fourth star ring. His palm prints suddenly seemed to erupt with a gravitational force that could devour rivers of stars. In an instant, that force spread through the fifth star ring. All of the heavens beyond heaven, as well as countless star domains and universes, encompassing infinite stars and living beings, suddenly became destiny aura commanded by him. The power of destiny aura surged, converging into an hourglass of immortal command. As it spiraled down toward his palm, it shrank. As the process continued, innumerable heavenly bodies formed, and unending starlight flourished. All the dazzling light slipped through his fingers, turning into silver streams. It fused with the destiny aura and remained within the old man's palm. Then he suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. In a manner unknowable to all living beings in the fifth star ring, an immaculate immortal pressure swept out to form a scroll painting. All the stars were glittering dots on the canvas. There were innumerable black holes collapsing and turning into dust, which became designs on the painting. Trillions of living beings were like crystals in amber. This was not a destruction. Instead, it was the process of gathering all the destiny aura, which was what happened any time a new immortal lord ascended the throne. Today, the old man was taking the karma that had been hidden for 1,000 years and releasing it. The Nine Shores epic was ending, and the Aurora epic had arrived. Immortal Lord Aurora had been set to ascend the throne, but had ended up perishing. And thus, the immortal paragon would guide the destiny aura of the fifth star ring into his only descendant, young Lord Aurora. "I'm waiting for you to get back," he said softly. The destiny aura of the entire fifth star ring became an unstoppable river that swept out of the star ring to the primeval motherworld of the fourth star ring. On the primeval motherworld, Xu Qing heard the words spoken by young Lord Aurora. He looked at the living things proliferating in heaven and earth, and the fog of his confusion was dispelled by a large amount. First he becomes a god, he said, and then a god lord, and then what? Then, immortal fairy spirit Phoenix said softly, this is something that will be an unprecedented first in all of the 36 higher star rings. A god becoming an immortal. Although Xu Qing had already guessed that this was what was coming, it was still mind-blowing to him. He had witnessed more than one instance of someone changing their Tao to become a god, but he had never even heard of a god becoming an immortal. It was something related to the environment of the 36 star rings. After all, gods were grand and noble. There was no way that they would even consider the possibility of walking the immortal path. And of course, there were surely other factors that would make it impossible for gods to do such a thing. As those thoughts ran through Xu Qing's head, he looked up at young Lord Aurora rising into the sky with countless blood vessels stretching behind him. Young Lord Aurora looked down at the primeval motherworld. He sensed the ring source of the fourth star ring. He felt his godliness growing stronger, and he suddenly smiled. Though the smile seemed a bit twisted, the words he then spoke were astonishingly shocking. The Tao of gods is pure savagery. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand, then waved it, causing all of the blood vessels connecting him to the primeval motherworld to start vibrating violently. In the depths of the flesh and blood, where the blood vessels connected to the subterranean meridians, the blood vessels suddenly snapped away and began to retract. The primeval motherworld rumbled loudly as young Lord Aurora's voice filled the fourth star ring. Cultivator Meng hereby changes from a god into an immortal. The primeval motherworld trembled as all of the newly formed civilizations and lives began to wither. It wasn't just on the motherworld. The true gods prostrating on the outside spasmed, and all of the other gods in the star ring experienced a sensation like lightning striking their god souls. Countless temples to the gods collapsed. Countless statues crumbled. The words he had spoken astonished all living beings. At that moment, heaven transformed. Destiny aura flowed from the fifth star ring, appearing in the fourth star ring, where it began to replace the void around the primeval motherworld. As Xu Qing watched, more of the fog of confusion in his heart disappeared. He was a true monarch, and thus he was augmented by the destiny aura of the fifth star ring. As a result, he could see exactly what was happening and knew where that destiny aura came from. I get it now, he murmured. This was the plan that the fifth star ring had meticulously been carrying out this entire time, step by step. And the designer of the plan was the immortal paragon. That said, though the plan had been implemented, it hadn't been completely carried out, as the immortal paragon had been missing some pieces. But then he had run into Xu Qing and Ernyu in the revered ancient mainland. By that point, the important parts of the plan were already underway. Things fell into place from there. He needed to do it at a special location, the primeval motherworld, where the first god in the fourth star ring had been born. He needed to do it at a special time, when immortal Lord Nineshores was leaving office and immortal Lord Aurora was succeeding him. That was when it could be completed. That was when a god could be used to create a new immortal lord.